like in a guest spot last night in one of my friends' campaigns. I played a fighter and I was like, I get it. I understand Nathan's like deal now. 4 attacks in 1 turn is insane. Although they were an echo fighter and get 4. I think yours is 3.
Currently I get 2 unless I
2.
use second wind.
Gotcha.
Or, no.
Action
whatever.
surge. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Okay, I think it's 12.
But, I decided to scare the shit out of my players like 3 weeks ago by just adding in Roll20 like this person's backup character and gave them access to them and just left it to see who noticed. I thought it was funny. Watch Noel, like, why? Why do I need a backup character?
The gladiator ring style where you make them like you pit their current character against their backup character and whoever survives, that's the character they play moving forward.
I saw that TikTok, yeah.
Did you hear that? Because I saw it too, and I was one.
Yeah, I saw the TikTok. I can't remember who sent it to me. It might have even been JD or something, but someone sent that around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
got
few
it
that make me
live. FYI.
Cool.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Well, let's go ahead while we wait for Char to jump in. Would anyone other than Liza like to give a recap? If not, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Hey, I did it last time.
Oh, you did? You know what? I apologize. You are 100% correct. My apologies.
I know I suck.
The guys were both here last time too and deserve a chance to
Liam,
get
you're
inspiration.
That's right. I forgot.
I've
what we
forgotten.
did.
So Nathan, it's all you, man.
I'm good, dude. Nathan doesn't remember shit.
All right.
That's his whole gimmick.
So, Liza, you're up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on. All right. So, we had actually started off in Red Larch still. They were getting ready for Harvest Tide. We gave the guys a chance to do a little bit of shopping, so Liam did his little excursion to Valivos, sold a couple things, made a boatload of gold, found his friend Garb there working and kind of got all of that, which was really cool. And then learned a couple of things with the idea that we're going to Waterdeep. Found like the best idea to maybe sell the Umber plate at. We talked a little bit about getting diamonds and decided to wait until we got to Waterdeep to do that sort of thing. So it did take us a little while to travel there. Kalesa packed us with some rations that were basically lambus bread, and they were like super powered. So 1 ration lasts 2 days instead of 1, and we each got 5 of those, so that was exciting. But on the way to Waterdeep, we decided to make that pit stop to see Renwick. It was a little bit out of the way, but we wanted to kind of hear what he had to say. And in that time, we saw all of the caravans that were like stopping and celebrating high harvest in their own way and doing that whole thing. Rowan made a kick-ass meal to celebrate and grieve in a way Flick's death now that we have officially confirmed that they had passed. But then after that, we headed into the canyon to meet Renwick. And it was an interesting conversation. He gave us a little bit of information about Helen Ray, how they run the majority of the temple there, I forget the name of it, the monastery, how they have some sort of ability that kind of lets them evade a killing blow, that the tunnel leads further down into the Bessemer tombs, and sort of how in each one of the temples there's always something that's like above ground that we have to take out, and then there's something deeper down. So that's just the theme of each one of them, is like a remember that sort of vibe. And then he suggested that they are nestled near the nodes of power, so different portals to elemental planes. He kind of seemed to get the impression that he knew what Rowan was like thinking of him, and what was his thing? He wanted to play Lich King when we were finished with all of the cults, and so he asked what she felt about that, I think, and it just became a very awkward conversation. He ended up leading with something. Only Chara is aware of that, so Allie, if you're watching, you have a secret that the DM will give you eventually. But we did leave relatively unscathed thus far. Made it back to Red Larch one more time, and then we started heading down the long road to Waterdeep. That took 7 days. Each night, Rowan spent some time praying. You did end up having a vision. It was the Kieran, I believe, and Amruta. You guys had a little bit of a conversation talking about destiny. She mentioned how Melandra was right about you. You probably remember more of that conversation than I do, so I don't know if you have any other details you want to share there.
Basically learned about 2 different types of oracles.
That's
one
right.
that are natural and one that are taught.
Yeah, she talked about your mother.
And finally revealed the name of my mother, who was a celestial, who was born and raised on the East Guard.
Yeah. And mentioned her guardian, the half-born, which I theorize is Nathan. Rowan admits that she hasn't. Let me see. She could check in more. That's what you said, because Amruta kind of like was like, you asked a question of me, but don't check in all that often. So Rowan took some responsibility there, but you guys kind of just wanted to confirm that Amruta hadn't been targeted yet. What you did see, though, was a large gargoyle-like creature with Melandra. She showed you something in the shard, and you saw Melandra's last few moments, I believe. Mentioned that the Deceiver is just a demon of some kind, which we already knew from Nina's experiences. But a little bit about how she's looking into how he came into the world, and will let you know when she finds it. You asked her to clarify when she said the Deceiver is among us, whether she meant in our group or just as a general, like on this plane of existence, and she couldn't be certain, so that's still up in the air. And you asked about Durgan and whether or not you can trust him, and I don't have an answer to what that was, but I'm still sus as fuck about that dude.
Well, the typical mysterious answer of trust your gut, because
Yeah.
I've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we do manage to make it closer to Waterdeep, in that Nathan gets a little bit more uncharacteristically quiet. We ask, obviously, about why he's kind of feeling that way, and we are reminded that large cities have fighting rings, and he has a lot of trauma around that. So we do end up heading to the south gate, though, because none of us can make a fucking decision, and Liam was the most insistent on wanting seedier places to skulk around. So we headed to the south side, the dock ward, where we do end up meeting Terrence McGills, who is our halfling child guide. And just to confirm, he is indeed a child, like a teenager, right?
Yeah, and if I said halfling, that's my apologies. He's a male human, yeah.
Okay.
He's probably about 12.
Okay. I will correct that then. Cool. And we end up paying him pretty well. He takes us to the Yawning Portal and ends up earning his keep, as far as I'm concerned. He gets us a table, helps us get a room. It is costing Nina 50 gold at the moment, but that's fine. And then we kind of let Liam off to do some shopping. So Chara headed with him while the 3 of us stayed in. There was one last kind of confrontation before they did all their shopping, and that was with the dwarves that Terrence kind of kicked out of the seats. And they gave Nathan some pretty nasty looks, mentioning that we'll be seeing you later, before they bought us drinks. And yeah, I think we kind of ended with Liam doing some haggling and getting potentially hit on by a shopkeeper, before he was finally like, I'm just here for magic items, and kind of went from there. So I didn't have anything else beyond that. Can I give that inspiration to somebody else? Because I already have inspiration.
You can have
No.
2.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine.
You can have a max of 2, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I will just mark that.
Yeah, I have that marked on my printed out sheet that we can have up to 2.
Okay.
Okay.
I never remember that it's there, and I should start using it.
I have 2 right now, and I fail to always remember.
Well, with that, being said, shit. I already forgot. So, I think some of you stayed at the Yawning Portal, correct?
Yes, Rowan, Nathan, and Nina are at the Yawning Portal. We're currently just sitting at a table, I think.
Which
It was a steam
drinking.
table.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we were standing at a table because Terrence had the only seat.
Yeah, which, okay, let me go ahead and throw you. I found a nice little artwork piece, which you've probably all
this
seen
is
at some
so
point.
fun.
Yeah.
It's like Where's Waldo, but
yeah,
at the Yawning Portal.
essentially, yeah. So, whoops. Not what I meant to do. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and do this.
I love
So,
Something
the
like this for every
Dragonborn
pick we
with
go
blocks.
through.
This guy is dope. I love this
Right.
one getting strangled by a zombie.
yeah, there was some delightful things happening in this picture. Some of which I was like, I'm never going to be able to explain this, but okay. It's just, it is what it is.
We won't take it at face value,
Yeah.
but it is fun. Yeah.
Essentially, you get the idea of this is a 3-tiered tavern. It is so massively popular. There are rooms off to the backside, the whole section of the building where all the rooms actually live. There is the famous Yawning Portal, which is the huge opening in the middle, where now and then you see someone bring up a rope and these people will come onto it and get lowered in. And usually as they do, like, just there's cheers and the crowd goes wild cheering them on as they start to be lowered below into the depths. You have yet in your time here to see anyone get lowered down or be brought back up. So there's also you've probably seen also as well, the famous fireplace in the background that looks like a big open, almost, I don't know how they describe it, but it looks like to me like a big almost orc or goblin mouth, like huge and wide with the just big fire going roaring in it. And I think I just realized where he's sitting. There is someone of note in this tavern that, as you hear people talking and you listen, you would hear every now and
Matt
then.
Mercer over in the corner there.
So now and then someone whisper, "I don't know, I think that's him over there," and then the other person would be like, "No, you're kidding, right? That can't be him." I always expected him to look a lot more intelligent. And those people would walk off, things like that. You just kind of, now and then, you see people looking towards this individual off to the corner, where you, eventually your gazes are drawn towards a semi-older man, probably mid-40s. This is a guess on Mike DM's part. And I don't think I need to describe him, but he has a very, like, kind of... oh, man, guys. All my descriptors are just totally leaving my head. He's got a hat on. It's Volo. It's someone you would highly recognize off next to the bar. And he is sitting there. People will come up to him. You guys, roll me history checks, actually.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm not even in the room.
18.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, full party.
Hey, Chara. Yay. Let me grab you and get you into our here. All right. So, yeah, Nina, 100%. Actually, Chara, question. Liam has gone off to look for a store. The rest of the party are still at the yawning portal in Waterdeep. Would you have gone with Liam, or would you have stayed with the rest of the party?
Crazy ass crowded tavern to the point where like Nathan and Nina had to intimidate our way through the crowd so people would stop trying to pick our pockets and touch us and everything like that. There's shit everywhere. It's like 3 stories tall, which totally feels up Chara's alley. But Liam did go to find some magical items and do some crimes, so that's also exciting.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Jara would have stayed at this really awesome bar, but like, no judgment to Liam for going to do some crime because it seems like the perfect place to do some crime.
You guys. Okay. So, yeah, all of you hear cheers and clapping starting as you look and you see a group of familiar dwarves waving their hands. The leader that snarled but paid for your drinks earlier jumps up, grabs the rope, gives a nod to everyone before he says, "Until next time." And he grips the rope and he starts to be lowered as his party jump and grab onto the rope one by one, being lowered into the depths.
And she just grabs her drink and goes, "Good fucking riddance."
Chara, go ahead and roll me a
I was a
history
meaner
check.
person. I would shoot the rope.
Would have been way cooler if they rappelled down it. Now they're just hanging under the rope as they're like, "Shh."
It's like they try to be super cool about it, and then when they start to move, it's like, oh.
I got a 6.
Okay, so it's only Nina. You're the only one. Chara, there's too much going on in here for you to have any idea, being able to focus on any one thing. But Nina, you kind of zero in on this individual in the corner and you absolutely pick him out and hear the right name at the right moment, and it just connects with you. Oh, this is the famous author, writer, Volo. And
Have you guys ever heard of, he's like a bard or an author, Volumthamp, something like that. He writes about Waterdeep. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
You lost me when you said Arthur.
Well, he's over there in the corner, and I'm wondering, Chara, maybe you or I could buy him a drink, maybe ply him with some wine, and get him to spill about the city a little bit. He's supposed to be, like, the top authority on everything. Like, as far as Waterdeep goes.
Yeah, we could do that. Go butter him up a little bit.
Great. You two hang tight, and Nina stands up and pats both Nathan and Rowan on the back, and then takes Chara by the hand and goes over there.
all right, you wheedle your way through. It's tight fit sometimes, but you easily get over there. And you see he's currently surrounded by about 3 other individuals, all of whom seem to be listening with varying degrees of attention. One is a dragonborn that looks very interested in what he's saying. Another is a human female who is holding a glass of wine, looking slightly less interested, more starting to question what she's hearing. And the third person is also a female human, but quite a bit older, and just is smiling happily, just enjoying herself in the story. As you walk up and hear Volanthamp, get Jetum, get him,
No idea. Let's get him. Get him.
get arm,
Good arm.
get arm, Volanthamp, get arm, and good lord, I apologize. Okay, yeah, you hear him finish a story, and he would give a small little bow at the small little claps as the little group moves off, and he sees you standing there, Nina's. Oh, hello! Are you here to hear some rampant tales of all things outside of Waterdeep?
I think we would love that.
Well, take a seat, my dear.
Absolutely. And Eric, she's gonna try to catch the server who had said that. She's like, "Can we get another bottle of that wine over here?"
Eric, who's got like a tray full of drinks, looks at you for a moment, caught, and then just kind of head
No
drops. Okay, thanks. Rushes off, and a moment later, you see a short halfling woman just reach up and rest a wine bottle there, and you hear off in the distance, "Thank you, Jetta," and you see two little shot glasses or wine glasses appear as
Yes, thank you,
Volo
Jetta.
snatches up the bottle, takes a look at it. Not bad, not bad. Allow me. Pops it, pours some for you, pours some for him, swirls it a bit, sniffs it, and
Nina looks to Chara like that was a little presumptuous.
just sniffs it, and then holds it, looking at you.
So, please, what have you heard?
Well, I mean, so many things, but before we go that route, perhaps you should tell me your name, dear child.
I'm Elena. This is my friend.
Elena. And he looks over to, is it Chara? Did you follow him over?
Yeah.
All right. So, Chara, he sees you standing there now and stands up immediately, looking at you. Oh, my dear, I did not see you there. My apologies. Does a low bow and offers his seat to you. And then sets his wine glass down, reaches over the bar, grabs another, and pours himself a glass. So, Elena, and what was your name? Looks at you, Chara.
Her screen had gone blank. She's
Oh, it
typing
did?
it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Oh, I pretend to be deaf.
All right.
Nina can throw out a name if you want. She will call you Greta.
All right.
Char can hit me for that one later.
Volo gives a nod. Greta. All right. Nina, go ahead and roll me a deception check.
You got it, boss. 21.
Okay. He gives a nod to both of you. Elena and Greta. Adventurers. Workers. Mothers.
Adventures. Oh, God.
Adventurers. No, that's... I did not suspect that whatsoever. Adventurers it is. So, what are you doing in Waterdeep?
We're here just to check out the scene. You know, seasons are coming, changing. Time to buckle down and find a place to lay low for the winter. But we're pretty keen to hear about what's been going on from your perspective. You are Volanthamp Gadarm, right?
Indeed, indeed, my dear.
The
My
premier
reputation
expert
precedes
on
me.
It does. You're the premier expert on Waterdeep.
Well. He kind of leans in close, like in between both of you. Wineglass kind of held tight. Indeed I am, but don't spread that around. I don't need a entire tavern of people hoarding me, wanting questions and everything like that.
Ah, okay.
I'm just kidding. I love the attention. All right, what would you like to know? Premier spots, what are you looking for? You came to Waterdeep for a reason. What was it?
Well, our main stop is just inquiries about some of the temples in the area, just some knowledge we're seeking. But yeah, I guess what are your most esteemed places to check out? What is the factions to look out for? What are the spots most likely to cause trouble but have the largest payout?
Waterdeep is ripe with all types of opportunity and many ways to die. One must know where to go and where not to go. If you're looking for goods, and I mean decent goods at a decent price, I would head to the North Ward. If you're looking to spend a shitload of money with no chance of it being actually decent, I would head to the Castle Ward. Pretentious, might be decent, might be not, but it's toss-up. North Ward's a sure thing. And then there's the Dark Wards. You really only want to go there if you've got a tough gut and iron blood. Lots of crime. Lots of seedy, underhanded things, if you know what I mean.
I think so. And what about this portal here? I mean, obviously we've heard about it, but do you know the people who just went down? Those dwarves?
Ah, the dwarves? No. Although, yeah. Actually, now that you mention it, yes. The dwarf, the leader. Lasnik Wittelver. He and his band, they tend to frequent here on the off nights. This is an off night, by the way, as he gestures to the entirely crowded tavern around them. On busy nights, there's a line out the door, down the walkway for a mile of adventurers waiting to try their hand at the yawning portal, as he gestures towards it. It's a hole that goes down deep into the Underdark, you see. Big, bad creatures live down there. Very dangerous indeed.
And I've heard that things sometimes make it up the rope as well. Things that
Indeed
shouldn't.
they do. You've read my books, my dear. All right. So, many things. Oh! And he kind of gestures towards the middle, and you see another group. This time a group consisting of a halfling, a elven man, and two humans that all kind of start to drop their way down into the middle.
Has there increased in frequency? Is there more activity from the Underdark?
He kind of looks at you for a moment, takes a sip.
I assume a man of your knowledge and esteem and high standing and regularity here would know such things to be able to tell the pattern of frequencies and monsters.
You flatter me for information, and I do love flattery, so I'll give you what you want. Yes, the consistency of Underdark creatures, monsters, whatever you wish to call them. They have lessened probably within the last couple months, I would say.
Lessened.
Indeed. But don't let the tavern owner hear you saying that. Because this is the main draw of the yawning portal. His eyes kind of
That's no
swivel to the... you see a very busy man behind the bar. Slight comb-over, bushy mustache, working busily. Every now and then his eyes kind of slide over towards Volo, gives a nod, goes right back to what he's doing. Anyway.
Durgan, right? That's his name?
Durnan.
Durnan. Okay.
So, yes. As much as
Hmm.
creatures used to come up, not nearly what they used to be. It's like they're scared or something.
Interesting. Well, I guess we can't expect that much of an entertainment tonight then.
Likely not, but it's good to cheer them on all the same. Very few do come back after all. I mean, they are going into their world.
Their world?
Oh, the
The drow.
Underdogs. Yes. So, what would a pair of fine adventurers like yourselves be doing in Waterdeep? You mentioned bedding down for the winter? What is it you do outside of Waterdeep?
Mostly odd jobs here and there.
What was your
We-
last job?
Been down from the north. We're looking into some blighted fields.
Not terribly interesting, if I do say so.
No, but it led to an unusual outcome.
Oh, just kind of leans in and
Fire elementals posing as earth elementals. It was a whole big deal.
really.
Interesting, right? Never would have guessed.
I mean, they don't tend to get along very well. Elemental
No?
cults and such. Oh no, they never mix well.
You say this as if you've had some experience with them.
Oh, I mean, elements in themselves, all the base elements of creation.
Yeah, but what is
sparks.
fire without being fed by water or fueled by earthly things?
They are
Fed by
fed.
air, not water.
Yeah, you're good. They can be fed by one another. However, they tend not to get along very well. One will get along with the other. However, things like earth and air. No, absolutely not. Fire
Good to
and
know.
water. Absolutely not.
I know that all too well. So have you been in Waterdeep then for a while? You've been bunking down here as well? Is this your place for the winter?
Waterdeep is where I have come to call home. Though,
So not much traveling up the long road as of late?
not in the last few months. What is it you wish to find in Waterdeep?
I don't think Nina wants to share that right now.
He looks between the two of you, and just you two were able to fend off these earth cultists, saying they were fire cultists. You must be very
To
talented.
be clear, Nina didn't say cultists, she said
Oh.
elementals. So
Mhm.
she was just talking about the
Elementals.
monsters. I think she's still a little wary that there are people listening,
Mhm.
and Flick told them to be careful about,
Mhm.
their eyes everywhere, yada, yada, yada. So
Okay, fair.
she's trying to be vague, but also not completely lie.
Okay.
we had some help. There was some local individuals who helped pay or helped take us down, helped take them down. It was fairly useful. We
Good.
split with them shortly thereafter, so not too much there. But oh, is there another party going down? She hears the bell.
Yeah, he kind of distractedly looks back. Oh, yes!
Can I use this moment to glance around and see if anybody is paying him attention? Like,
Yeah.
he is a well-known figure. Is anybody listening to his shenanigans or those that I'm giving?
Yeah, roll a perception check.
That is shit. It's a 5.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of look around. You just see a bunch of people screaming.
Yeah. Yep. That checks out. What was the other question he asked me? If it was just us, and then...
What do you plan to do while you're here? Anything you wish
right.
to really dive into Waterdeep before you leave back to your adventuring life?
Well, I normally like to curl up with a good book in the winter months, like to do a little bit of reading, catch up on my history and whatnot. So our plan is to just find some of that, maybe stock up on scrolls of the like. And as I said before, we'll head to some of the temples to check in with what am I trying to say? Our guiding morals.
All right. Well,
Chara, do you have anything else to say? If you want to type it out, I can ask it for you.
No,
Oh.
I've got the screen fixed now. It just took a minute. I didn't want to interrupt.
no, you're good.
Nina would have whispered to you that this is supposed to be one of the most famous storytelling bards and everything coming over. So they might be able to get useful stuff out of him, but his stuff also seems crazy.
I feel like Chara would lean in almost as if conspiratorially. I'm just here's the thing. We've stayed in Waterdeep before. This isn't the first time that we've been around. But my companion Elena is very ready to relax, but I feel as if there's so much to be done. I just can't imagine sitting still for the whole of the winter. You know what I'm saying?
No.
No, you've never just had a thirst for something more, for something new.
My dear.
Nina fills up his glass.
He just kind of holds it off to the side. I'm still on my 5th glass. Perhaps into my 10th. I'll be ready for a little bit of what it is you're speaking of.
Really? You think you'd be ready for what I'm speaking of in about 5 more drinks of wine?
Actually, this is the good stuff. You're right. Maybe 2 more.
You know not what I speak of, sir. I guarantee you that. Tell me, have you heard of any, what's the polite term for it? I don't know. This joint is quite upstanding and well known. What if we were looking for somewhere a little quieter, maybe a little bit more intrigue, per se?
I don't know why you'd want to go anywhere else, but if you're looking for somewhere quieter, depends. Do you want quiet and dangerous, or quiet and comfortable?
Quiet and comfortable.
Might head to the North Ward. Check out the Spectre Spirits.
Churl will shrug and look bored at the response.
He kind of swirls his glass looking at you, kind of playing with his mustache a bit before he kind of squints his eyes. And he sets his wine glass down and then holds his hand out. May I? Asking for your hand.
Okay, Chara would give him her hand.
He would turn it over and look at it, perusing your fingers and the pads of your fingers, and would pat it a moment later and hand it back to you. Pick up his wine glass. How long have you been playing?
Oh, all my life.
Any good?
Well, I like
Oh,
to think
she's the best.
Well, I mean, present company excluded. But favorite song?
Maiden's Fair.
All right. Most hated song?
Ah, Squire's Stampede, of course.
Indeed. Indeed. Which one gets the most crowd reaction for you?
Ah, there's a tune from home for me that really will.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it starts out warm and dancing, and as it ends, people tend to cry. And I feel like the range of emotions is what really brings people together.
Yes, indeed. You must teach me this song. The name of it.
Afraid I don't know it. It's all in the heart.
He looks at you for a moment, sniffing at his wine, kind of as he does so. And then he kind of smirks. Not from this plane, are you?
Insight check.
Go for it.
Insight check. I call bullshit. Let's see. That's a 7.
Yeah, seems to feel pretty confident in what he's saying towards you. Doesn't seem nefarious in any way.
Well, I mean, I would say, Chara would respond with, you know, this plane is all I can remember, so.
Well. Anyway, all right. Anything else I can do for you two? No offense, you're lovely company, but I do.
Your Dorian fans are waiting. Yes,
This is
we
true.
Understand. Anything? I guess. Last question. Anything we should be on the lookout for? I mean, I know that the city watch patrols. Anything?
Well, in general, you're going to want to avoid. His eyes kind of slide back and forth, and okay, he actually kind of leans in between the two of you, kind of gesturing together forward. You're going to want to avoid the circle with the 10 spokes. You see that? You turn around and immediately run the other way. You're also going to want to avoid the dragon. Zentarim and Xanathars. Avoid both of them. Unless you want to get entangled with things far beyond either of you.
When he says the dragon, is he referencing the Zentarim's dragon tattoo that we saw on the other the Zentarim person?
Yes.
Yes.
Silhouette
Okay.
of a dragon.
So there wasn't three things. It was the dragon and the Zentarim are the same thing. That's just their like gang sign,
Yep.
and then Xanathars. Okay.
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You can keep the rest of this. And she'll just slide the bottle his way.
Thank you. Most kind. Most kind. Cheers on
Happy
your
hunting.
way.
She'll cheers and head back, muttering to
Yeah,
Chara, well,
Chara
that
will
was useless. Not really, but...
Local celebrities, I swear.
Yeah.
All right.
And
You
we'll
guys
come back and sit back down with Nathan and Rowan.
head back to the table. Liam, sir, you are headed through the streets with Terrence, who is guiding you. Remind me where you wanted to go.
I was trying to see if I could find any like magic items, weapons with secondary effects,
Okay.
potions, anything that could make us, I guess, stronger in battle.
All right. So Terrence would kind of listen to what you're saying and kind of give a nod. Well, I mean, the best stores are more up in the North Ward. It might be a little more expensive than, like, the Dock Ward, but you'll at least know you're getting good things. They're not really out to cheat people, so to speak.
I'm gonna look at him and say, will they hit on me?
You kind of see him take a step back, really, honestly, take a good look at you for a moment, make a show of, you know, kind of looking you up and down.
How attractive does this 12-year-old think Liam is, and how mean is he going to be about it?
I don't want a 12-year-old to find me
All right,
attractive.
I rolled it. He
Yeah,
says,
no, it's fine.
you'd probably do well up in the North Ward.
What I mean is, I don't want a repeat of what just happened.
What just happened?
The shopkeep was trying to proposition me for sex as opposed to any items.
Did I totally miss this? Where was this at?
You did it, yeah. No,
You roleplayed it.
you were like, yeah, she's a magic item seller, but she's also like a sex worker.
That's why I'm asking.
There was like, are you imagining some here?
I
on this
probably
chest,
should have
or
spent
some here?
time rewatching last week's video.
We didn't give you enough time, DM. We
Nope,
sprayed
My
this
bad.
vision on
Okay.
you. It's
My
not your
bad.
It's fine.
Okay, so he kind of looks at you for a moment. Oh wait, hold on. We are not.
And Terrence was like
The
fully
tavern.
enthralled by watching that encounter.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tally. Terrence would kind of give you a look. I don't really think it's gonna go that far, but I mean, you never can tell. They are a little bit more polite in the North Ward. I mean, if you really want to go that route, you probably heading towards the Dock Ward.
I really, really don't want to head towards it. You know what? Just lead the way.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go. Grabs your hand,
Let's go.
starts leading you through the streets, and you do wind up heading. I'm gonna throw you guys on the Waterdeep map, actually. So, big map. The majority of the group is here.
Interesting.
at the yawning portal. Liam, you are headed with Terrence up the road, and he would take you to the high road, where you would head north all the way up to the northward.
Let's go. And let me just ask, City of the Dead, is that a bad place?
We learned that that was the name of the cemetery. Let me jump back. Bad graveyard. Yes, things are there.
Yeah,
Either people or like things.
yeah. Terrence would kind of give you a nod, pointing, showing things along the way, and oh yeah, City of the Dead. You want to try and avoid that at all cost. Well, unless you're dead, of course. Then it's probably not so bad.
As we're walking along, I want to just without breaking stride put up flyers for Valivos against like different things, walls, poles, on the back of an old person.
Roll me a sleight of hand.
Oh, shoot.
Just throw that anywhere.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand. I have to pick that up in a sec. 24.
All right. Yeah, you easily do so. And at one point, you do it so fluidly that you see Terrence kind of eyeing you, a little bit of awe. And at one point, you see him reach into your pocket and pull out a few flyers himself and starts to mimic what you're doing, trying his own hand.
As we're doing it, I'm also going to give him pointers.
Yeah, he rolled a natural 20. He picks up what you're putting
Ooh.
down flawlessly.
This kid is roguing more than you
Yes.
are.
Yeah, you guys make your way to probably, I don't know if any of you guys have played Underdeep or Waterdeep at all, but to a familiar ward of Troll Skull Alley, which is this area. Oh no, wrong button. Right there. Okay.
Okay.
So, he would pull you down to the alley. You see nice buildings. Homey buildings. Not like English cottage, more like, almost like, I don't know what you call them. Kind of like German kind of buildings where they've got a lot of the woodwork with the stone and such. Just very nice, but not overly rich, comfort, kind of homey type area. There's, flowers and gardens about, nicely kept roads, paved roads and such. Most people walking up and down the streets, nicely dressed, would smile and nod at you, say hello and such as they pass. And Terrence would bring you to kind of like a little court area, stop and just look at you. All right. So we've got a couple different shops here. There's like an armory shop right down the road. That's run by Embrick and Avi. Armor, weapons, all that kind of sort. Then right over there, he points out like a glass kind of greenhouse type building, and would point over towards it. Yeah, now that's the greenhouse. That's where Fala Lefelier works. She is gorgeous. When I get older, that's who I'm going after. Let's see here. Down and around the corner down that way, that's, you're gonna find Rashal, the page turner. He's kind of like a wizardy type guy, you know, does a lot of smart reading, scrolls, that kind of shit. Might have some magical things for you that you might be looking for. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, sorry. Fala Lafalier, the pretty one at the greenhouse. Yeah, she's gonna have like a lot of herbs or alchemy type stuff. Which do you want to go to?
Did you mention? I'm sorry if I misheard it or I missed it. Did you mention a jeweler?
Well, no jeweler in particular, but Rashal definitely has a lot of stuff that he kind of dips his hand into.
Okay. Well, let's start with, and this is the order I'm going to go in. Magic items, herbs and alchemy stuff, then weapon and armor.
Okay, do you want something from each of those?
I want to see what they have.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm a shopper.
Let's see here.
I got 2,000 gold in my pocket, and it's burning a hole.
So he takes you to, let's see, Rashal, the page turner, where he would bring you in, and you would see like a dragonborn, it in a nice long robes, and he would see you come in, and oh, hello, welcome. I am Rashal. Welcome to the page turner shop. What is it you're looking for?
Well, I guess that depends. What have you got?
Well, all right. Go ahead. Roll me a d10.
Oh. Holy, grabbed the wrong dice. The number is 10 out of 10.
Okay. Roll me a d100.
$62.
Okay.
So close to the funny number.
So, that... Yep, that...
I think the fact that you called it the funny number is more hilarious than actually hearing the number.
If you want to take away from the power of the number, just
Nina, somewhere in her mind, just hears you say that, and she goes, "What a nerd."
You see him pull out a box. Go ahead and roll me another D100.
Ooh. What do we have here? Let's go with you and you. Don't fail me now. Ooh, 30.
Okay. And then one more D100.
Five.
Okay, a 5. Alrighty. So he pulls out 3 items that he sets before you. 2 are potions. One is a potion of animal friendship. One is a potion of healing, a greater. And one is a small wooden box with crudely carved words in its lid. All right, now, what's your name?
They call me Liam.
Good Sir Liam. 3 items here, 2 potions, and a very interesting item. Not for everyone. Certainly not for the brave. No, I take that back. Sorry, I said that wrong. Certainly not for the weak. Here we have potion of animal friendship, potion of greater healing, and he would kind of flare his hands over this small wooden box, which the top of it he pulls back, and you see 10 cards inside.
Interesting. Tell me, what is it about these cards that makes them not for the faint of heart?
There's rumors that should one draw a card, certain magical occurrences could happen. There's no telling what. Chaos is sure to reign, my friend. Prefer if
How?
you do purchase this, a warning label. Don't draw them anywhere in the North Ward,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Interesting. Okay. How much are they?
Well, this is a very special deck. I would say it's going to be worth at least $50,000 gold pieces.
Sweet Jesus. Okay. Me, I'm flush with cash. Interesting item. 50,000 gold pieces. God damn it.
It's quite the legendary item, if I do say so.
Out of curiosity, this isn't like a deck of many things, is it?
Roll me an investigation.
Uh, 15.
You see the crudely carved writing on the front. It says deck of certain things.
Okay. Deck of certain things.
So, are you the type that's able to fund such an item as this?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm interested in these cards. Unfortunately, I am severely lacking in funds.
I thought as much. Not many can. Typically, these type of items I take with me when I hit up the castle ward.
My question for you is there anything I can do to convince you to part with them? And I'm not saying just give them to me. Is there any sort of job that you need done or anything that I can do in exchange for it?
I mean, you could try jobs around area. Jobs paying this much, though. I would imagine you'd probably have to head towards.
I mean more specifically for you.
Oh. I don't even think I could pay 50,000 gold for a job. No, life here in Northward's pretty good. My shop's doing well. Plenty of incoming customers. I'm sorry, my boy. I just really... I can't offer these for anything less than 50,000.
Hmm.
They are legendary, you understand.
What if I'm able to broker you a deal to expand your business across the continent, starting with a partnership with another shop? Get your name out there. I've been very good at promoting one business. I can pay you an exposure.
Interesting. Very interesting. However, I must say, my shop's doing quite well on its own.
But imagine if you were known well around. The shop that I've assisted has been visited by people from all around, even as far as here in Waterdeep. They'd go to this one shop. Have you heard
Roll
of
a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Quick question. Well, two questions.
Okay.
One, with disadvantage, can I add my inspiration?
I mean, you can use your inspiration, yeah.
And two, can I use luck?
Yeah.
Because I have disadvantage and I'd have to take the lower of the numbers.
Yeah. So if you used your inspiration or your luck, you can re-roll one of them.
Inspiration will let me re-roll?
Yeah.
Poor shit. 13.
Okay.
And that was the inspiration.
He kind of pats your hands. I appreciate your ingenuity. However, I'm doing quite well. I mean, I do have a shop in the North Ward. I'm quite comfortable here.
I understand.
None of your business. I am sorry, my boy. Would you like either of these other items?
First off, let me ask outright, do you have any sort of magic weapons?
Oh. I do not.
Do you have any magic scrolls or books?
I've got scrolls and books. Which ones do you want?
Well, anything that can teach me or my companions any sort of new abilities or spells, what have you.
Which abilities?
Well, it depends. What have you got?
He gestures to an entire wall full of books and scrolls.
Okay, I'm going to look around for anything that can A, make some of us stealthier, or B, make some of us move faster.
Okay. Okay. I will come back to you then. Let's head back to the yawning portal. Okay.
I think now is a good time for crime.
So, back at the yawning portal, you guys have kind of reconvened at the table. What do you wish to do? Or what are you doing? Nathan and Rowan, you see Chara and Nina as they they come back to the table, pushing through the crowd. You've had to fight off a couple people from stealing the chairs, the tall chairs at your table, but you managed to kind of hook your foot around it and just intimidate, stare down several people who kind of give a nod of apology and move on. But Nina and Chara, you come back to the table and have a seat.
Well, that was not super great, but we did learn of a couple of things. If you see a circle with 10 spokes anywhere, we're supposed to turn around and run in the other direction. Also, keep an eye out for the Zentrim and Xanathars. The Zentrim are known as the dragon around here. I imagine that's tied somewhat into the whole history of Waterdeep and dragons. Anyway, yeah, otherwise he was just more interested in learning what we were doing, and we were having none of that, so. Oh, by the way, my name's Elena, and this is Greta.
Guten Tag.
You seem to be doing a lot of hand gesturing.
Yeah, I think that's part of the local celebrity thing. I thought he was honestly going to be more helpful than he was, but he has more even more pomp and circumstance about himself than I do. So,
Well, that's saying something.
right? Anyway, you guys holding up okay?
Nothing going on here.
Do you want to continue hanging out in the tavern? I mean, we could leave. We could go see if we're allowed to have the room. I don't know if we have to technically wait until the end of the night. They might just be like, hey, you've been outbid, and kick us out. But if you want to get away from the crowds.
I mean, where's the big
Oh, I know you're all here to learn something, so
Yeah, Font of Knowledge, the library in the North Ward.
What time is it currently?
Great question. Let's see here. I think you guys got here around afternoon, like early afternoon, and it was this busy. So we'll say at this point, it's probably 4 o'clock-ish.
We don't want to go into the portal thing, right?
I don't think we're eager to go into the Underdark right now. I will say it's crossed my mind because it would be a different direction to get to whatever we're fighting, but I don't think that's the best idea as a player.
Just making sure, just checking,
Yeah.
seeing if anybody else had the impulsive thought, like,
Yep,
what
nope,
if I just jumped in?
The intrusive thought was definitely there.
Just making sure.
Well, we could go to the library. It's a little bit late in the afternoon, but I'm sure wizards stay up all hours there, right?
I would imagine so. And I remember you saying you wanted to look for some work.
Maybe potentially, eventually. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to make some money while we're here. We might be able to learn something that way too.
I mean, maybe there's like a guild or something that hands out jobs around here.
Indeed. Where you put us on the map for Yawning Portal, that was closest to the dock ward, right? Yeah, we're like right there. Okay. She would kind of be like, well, he mentioned that the castle ward is fucking expensive and you're not really getting what you pay for, but I imagine maybe there'd be some rich people there that would need jobs done too. We could go to the trades ward, which is likely where there's some guilds. The north ward seems to be the most upstanding of everything, which is also where Heronius' temple was, if I remember Terrence mentioning that correctly. It's also where the library is, so.
I mean, I think we're good to get out of here too. We're kind of out of booze.
Noted.
I mean, if we can purchase at least like an energy drink before we leave, then I can pull a late night at the library.
We have those rations from Kaylessa, right?
I'm sorry, a what? An energy drink? Is that some sort of potion?
You're not even here.
You are correct. I'm plotting crimes right now.
You done went off to get killed alone, and we never know.
That's not true. He has an earbud in. He can contact you guys if he wants. Okay, so we're heading out. I'll leave a message with the bartender unless one of you wants to just let Liam know. She kind of taps her ear.
How come we have to tell Liam? Liam doesn't tell us anything.
That's very true. I am mostly just saying this as his sister, and I've done a pretty shit job of being his sister since we found that out, so.
Look at you. Trying to be better.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck's up with that?
What the fuck is up with what?
We haven't really had to sit down about the fact that you are related.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why you think that warrants a full conversation.
Can we also maybe just not have it here in the middle of a 3-story bar where drunk idiots are diving down into the Underdark on whims? They might not return. That dwarven asshole who was eyeing Nathan earlier just jumped in there, and he might not come back. Which, again, good fucking riddance, but these aren't the people I want to be listening to my life story, especially if they have details about him.
I wasn't meaning to talk about it right here, right now, but...
Side note, is anyone here a fan of Buffy?
I'm
Have seen
of
it,
course.
yes.
Okay, I'm just like when someone's like, we need to have a full conversation. I just think of that whole thing where like Buffy's like, it's a long story, and someone just like explains it in like 2 words, and she's like, not that long. It's a long story. We're siblings.
Yeah.
Not that long.
How about we have that conversation tonight? Safety of our own room. You can ask what questions you want, or we can dive into whatever heartfelt memories I now have.
So you do have some heartfelt ones.
Yes, Liam's a good brother. I'm just a shit sister.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't-
conversation for later. And he just stands up, literally like kind of grabs both the back of your shirts, picks you up a little bit, and pushes you towards the door.
Yeah.
All right. You guys head out. Push your way through all the way out to the outside, where you take a deep breath of fresh autumn sea air as you come out into the streets.
I will say Nina grabs somebody's coffee that they were trying to sober up their drunk friend with on her way out and hands it to Rowan.
I was
Here's
gonna
your
say,
energy
I
drink.
would love to roll a sleight of hand as like walking by a table, just grab a bottle of whatever and walk out with it.
Yeah, both of you roll sleight of hand.
Okay.
Oh, my sleight of hand's not bad.
That's a dirty
21.
20.
Well, a drunk person, yeah, I'm sure it makes sense. Not like they're gonna stop you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you absolutely pick up a mug of coffee. What'd you get, Nathan?
21.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We literally just both do it like at the same
Uh-huh.
time and turn.
Just kind of
It's
turn
like the
and
same
show each
table,
other like what you each got. Yep, you guys make your way outside, and
Oh, let me grab the bottle then.
start to. Where did you want to head first?
I think we were just going to the library. Do you guys just want to head there? Is that the plan? do some
I
research?
think for now, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we just head to the North Ward then for the Font of Knowledge.
Okay.
That Flick's letter told us about.
All
Unless-
right.
You walk out the door and Nathan literally just, it's fucking empty.
That's why it was so easy to snag.
All right.
Unless Laura wants to do something.
Nutara is happy to skip along behind everybody headed towards the library to do some sleeping.
You guys head towards the library, remembering the main path of where Terrence told you to head, but then also easily getting direction from passerbys pointing you on. And you head far north, cut across from the high road, across Bazaar Street, all the way to here. The Font of Knowledge. It takes you a good, probably hour to find, just based on you guys have never been to this city, as far as you're all aware, and you finally make your way there. You see a large building, almost more like a temple look to it. Grayish and sandstone, temple slash museum kind of vibe to it. As you ascend the steps, open the door, and you instantly, as you open the door, you get this weird soundscape of all the sounds and life of Waterdeep on the outside, and then this weird kind of muted, very echoey sound from inside as you step inside.
Nina like makes a face like trying to pop her ears, thinking like it's like her alone, like pressurized or something like that. Like, oh, I can't. Oh, and then she says something and she realizes like she's normal. It's just outside that's been muted into silence.
Yep.
Oh.
I will say on our trek up to here, I would have been very much watching our surroundings as we walked to see if we were being followed by anyone or anything.
Okay. Yeah, roll a perception check.
Nope.
Can I give her the help action?
Uh,
I'm also keeping an eye out, like mostly for the spoke stuff, but
Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
Oh, that's a lot better. 22.
Okay. You see not a lot of people are paying you much mind, especially as you hit the castle ward. If anything, people more look over you. Now and then you'll see some that take in your clothing and such, kind of give you an odd look before they just continue on their way or harry their children on with them. But very few actually pay you mind. You don't see anyone in particular that seems to really be keeping an eye on you or trailing you or anything. As you see the doors of the library close behind you, and that sound barrier solidifies, and you can smell not stuffy, but like a very kind of cool air. Like it's weird. You would expect it to be a kind of stuffy, dry building, but it almost has a smell of like a pine forest in winter. It doesn't quite seem natural, but it definitely is kind of pleasant for those of you who choose it to be. As you start to make your way down inside, and as you pass through this little archway, you see massive amount of tall bookshelves, lines and lines of them. You see 3 stories worth of levels of library. Kind of killed my sentence there. But all of them are just stocked with bookshelves, tables where people you see have books opened, scrolls unwound. Quite a few people here and there that seem to be studying things. Most seem well educated, but you would see an older gentleman, probably mid-50s, walk up to you, long red robe with a white, almost like kind of sash along his breast, and he would walk up to you, very neatly trimmed beard and mustache, hair perfectly kind of pompade back as he walks up to you. Yes, hello. Welcome. Already forgot.
Hi. We are looking to do some research in a couple of different topics, and this is our first time at the Font of Knowledge, and I was wondering if you could give us some instruction on how best to locate what we're looking for. Do you have locate object spells prepared, or an individual who's more knowledgeable in where things are?
Yes, my name is the Augur of Bones.
Sounds menacing.
Well, then I have chosen well. What is it you are looking for? Children of knowledge.
Prophecies for me specifically. I've been hearing some rumors of someone named the Punisher in our travels here, and just kind of curious about that, what they're tied to. And then my friends might have some other things that they're looking for.
All right. Punisher.
But prophecies to start.
Prophecies. The Font of Knowledge is filled with sections on prophecies. You could spend weeks going through them.
How about ones specifically targeting abyssal or oh my god, deep speech, I think is the other one. Referencing the chained one.
You see him kind of lean back a bit and look at you, and then start to look over your entire group. And I must ask, why are you looking for these prophecies?
Like I said, we were just traveling down the high road, or the long road, to get to Waterdeep, and heard some tales of things happening. So just now that we're here for the winter, figured we'd read up and see what it might be about. Color me curious.
You can roll either perception or deception. Or persuasion or deception, whatever you choose.
Okay. I'll go with persuasion because I have a +5 to that. 19.
Okay. You see him give a nod.
Wait, did you say deception or persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I would go deception then. So that would be a 23.
Okay. He gives a small nod. Well, that would be in the back section. We We have a screening process, you see, for certain literature.
Sure, I imagine prophecies are rather limited and delicate. Wouldn't want just anyone handling them.
Indeed. And certain prophecies can cause damage to civilians. Large populations. Plenty of conspiracy theories can be made from a single line of the prophecies in the area and section you wish to travel. So, I would say we should do this appropriately. And he would start to walk forward. Follow me. He would walk you to a long little desk area where he would step up and behind, pull out a large book, which he would carefully set down, quietly, pull open, and flip to the very last page. Pull out a quill and ink. All right. I will need your full names. And he would hand you a quill.
Okay. She writes Elena Dragon.
You go to write Elena and realize you can't move the quill.
Can't move it. Okay.
You can roll me a... let me see.
I'm gonna get us kicked out before we even enter.
Or I'm just gonna out us and Flick's like warning that they're watching everywhere. They'll know specifically who was here.
I would say you would roll... You can either do athletics or sleight of hand.
All right, athletics is +1, sleight of hand is +2, so we'll do that route. 14.
Okay. So, yeah, you are unable to move that quill.
Okay. If I write Zelfina, does it let me?
It does.
Okay. I leave it at just that. Oh, you said full name?
Mm-hmm.
I think I write Zelfina Pegason then.
Okay.
That's Liam's last name, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And then...
Nina's like, fuck, that was weird.
Yeah, you see the augur just kind of eyebrow up and then looks at you boredly. Next. Hands the quill to Rowan.
Yeah. Rowan writes her name.
Takes it. Hands it to Nathan.
He just hands it back. I ain't here for prophecy. I'm just here to make sure they stay okay.
Very well. You may wait at the entrance. Hands the quill to Chara.
Wait, what if I don't know my name?
Oh.
What if I don't know it? That's what Chara's gonna say.
He kind of looks at you for a moment. Surely you have a name, whether given or not. The name you go by.
Okay.
Given names
And then Chara
can
will
change.
just write. Chara will write Chara.
The quill writes Chara for you. And yeah, he would close the book gently, put the quill back in, lower it. Follow me. And he would lead you down the path. Nathan, he would kind of gesture for you to head back towards the entrance. And he leads the three ladies to down several varying paths through shelves and such, up a winding staircase, and then down another path And
As we're walking really quick, Nina's gonna lean over to Rowan and just be like, test out your ear thing. Make sure Nathan can hear you. Because didn't you say it was Liam, Nathan, and Rowan who have them? Is that what
I don't know if Nathan ever took one.
Okay.
Because didn't we leave one with like Elder?
Gulliver has the other one.
Oliver has one. I have one. And I
Liam
think
has one. Okay. Never mind then. Yep.
all
you
right.
say it to me and I go to do it like, oh wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys get led to an area off to the side where kind of side back, and you see there are shelves and shelves of scrolls that he gestures towards. All right. Scrolls of prophecy. You mentioned abyssal
Yes.
or deep speech. And he would look along a section and gesture towards almost an entire bookshelf, which these are large bookshelves, like an entire room.
Question, really quick. When we had the book open, can I have rolled to see if I saw Flick's name on that in recent
Yes.
times at
Yeah.
all? Okay. Perception, I'm assuming?
Yep.
No, I only got a 5.
Okay.
Yeah, only a 5.
Okay. You did not see his name on that page.
Okay,
It didn't look like there were too many names on the page for the moment.
sure.
So he would gesture towards this whole section and would just give you a little nod. I'll be downstairs if you need me.
Thank you.
Oh, and rules of the font of knowledge. And he would turn and walk off.
Oh.
You see his shoulders
Gee.
kind of drop a little bit, turn back towards you.
Do we have to stay here in this spot, or do we have free roam to go to other areas?
You can go to any of the open areas.
Thank you.
The library will know. He turns and continues on.
I immediately look for a surveillance system. Do I see a scrying eye? What?
You
Baldur's Gate playing motherfucker.
roll Arcana checks. Anyone who's curious.
Yeah, for sure.
Oof.
10.
16.
Okay.
I got an 18.
Hey, Chara and Rowan, you both got the feeling when you scratched your name down, you felt a connection occurring as you wrote your name into the book. This is, and you were able to suss out that this is how it knows. You have left your mark, and it now just is able to kind of trace where you go and what you're doing. At least within the walls.
Good thing I'm not there because I want to commit crimes.
All right, so I'm just gonna say what we're all thinking, and Nathan wouldn't write his name.
Yeah, I kind of got that too.
Little interesting.
But you really don't know your name, Shara? Like, at all?
No. I've just been Chara for as long as I can remember, but
All of us have memory problems or enchantments blocking our memories. Literally all of us, right?
I do.
I guess no, you just didn't know the truth about your origin. That's all, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I was a baby, so it's not like I would have
True. Yeah. I don't know. I get this feeling that there's something intrinsically connecting all of us. And I'm not to say that Nathan's being like suspicious or anything. I don't know. There's a lot we don't know about why all of us keep getting thrown together, but he's obviously part of your history. The deceiver literally ties me and Chara and Liam to you guys in some way because your guide mentioned that, right? Like
Yeah.
somewhere in this library or in this world, there's probably a scroll that has all of our fucking true names on it, saying one day these idiots will meet in a cavern and fill in the blank.
That kind of feels a little uneasy.
That sounds about right to me. Checks. It would not surprise me at this point.
I don't know. I just think we have a lot to look up. And I started with the prophecies, but I mean, after what Kippen said, I feel like we need to. I thought Nathan would come in to do some research of his own based on, what she said about the astral sea or whatever. There's that whole puzzle that Liam had to figure out when you guys were breaking into my mind to get me free or whatever. And yes, I watched all of you fumble around in those rooms. That was hilarious, by the way. I don't know. There's so much, and it feels so crazy.
Overwhelming.
I just feel like we're fighting against a clock that literally started before we were born and has that much of a head start. Anyway, I'm gonna start over here on this bookshelf. If you guys want to go look up your own things, we can meet back here in an hour. Yeah, just food for thought. Food for thought.
I do have something that I want to start with for myself.
By all means. I'm gonna take the chained one, the deceiver, night hags. I think that's my goal. They're all supposed to be abyssally tied, so hopefully I can find something here.
Well,
Happy hunting.
Okay. You guys kind of split, going down different paths down the prophecy shelves. Char, are you looking for anything in particular?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at like just a little bit about the Fae history and like what is there. I'm sure that there is a large section. Just being a little nosy about myself, similar to what Chara did at Gulliver's library. Was relatively like found a little bit of information, but not a whole lot. And then also looking for the gem, and then seeing if there's anything on the whatchamacallit, specifically in the prophecy section, the puzzle with the you know how I said I was gonna come unprepared. I did just for you. But
Same about
the anything about like the murders that were in Chara's room specifically.
Okay. And then Rowan, what are you looking for?
anything I can find on Awesomers.
Okay. Roll, all three of you, roll investigation checks. It is a high DC.
I got a 10. I'm gonna use inspiration.
I gotta use inspiration.
That's even worse. Yeah, I got an 8.
Okay.
Well, with my negative investigation, 11.
Okay.
Great. I got a 6.
Okay. All right. So
Back
you
to that conversation about our int stat, guys.
I don't know what to do with that. So,
you guys scour for a good 45 minutes, just pulling scrolls out, looking at it. Some of them totally wrong language. You have no idea what it says. You continue to make a mess of things. And at one point, you're really struggling to find anything of note. Roll me perception checks.
oh, not persuasion. Whoops. Oh, natural 20 for 30 on perception.
I got an 18.
Okay.
9.
All right. Rowan, you
Rowan's
notice
like, what's
jack
a
shit.
bug?
Nina. Nina, you swear at one point you hear a little bit of shuffling and you turn to look and you don't see anything there. Chara, you are perusing a scroll quite frustrated as you hear a soft little scuffling. Sorry, my cat's going crazy outside the door.
I was like, what is that screaming in the background?
All right. As you kind of just, your eyes flash to the side and you see a face looking up at you. A feathered covered face. Wearing big glasses, eyebrows that jut off to the side, wearing like a green robe with a little latch and a nice little kind of doublet. Okay. Beak and this little kind of bird-like creature, probably about 4 feet high, looking up at you, blinking widely through the glasses. Little clawed hands kind of on the table, edge of the table, looking at the scroll you're looking at, and then looking up at you, blinking.
Do you have a suggestion, friend?
He looks down at the scroll you're looking at, which is a like scroll talking about the Dawn War and just a bunch of stuff that you could not give two shits about. You are entirely bored. It's a lot of words on the paper, and he just kind of looks up at you, frowns a little bit, and then one of his little like kind of fingers or claws comes forward and just flicks this scroll, and it just falls from your fingers and rolls up.
Yeah, that's about how I was feeling too.
He kind of shuffles back and looks up at you. Oh, I suppose I should do this so everyone can see him. I forgot. And
Oh, he's so cute.
looks up at you and just kind of tilts his head a bit.
I am looking for information about the Fey Queen's jewels.
And you see him just start to kind of waddle down silently, just a slight sashaying motion. And you follow him as he leads you out of the prophecy section and into upper floor and down some shelves where he pulls out a book, gently sets it on the table, flips it open, and would you see on the cover of the book is just this wild vine in a circle that just continues and continues backwards. And on the inside, you see lots of writing and yeah, looks like it's a book on the Feywild. And he would look at you. And just gesture towards it.
This looks really promising. Thank you.
Finger reaches down and taps on it, specifically towards a picture where you see a not beautiful in a sense of adorned with jewels like you would think a queen, but a woman dressed in moss and vines and branches, bald head, a almost like a collar, high collar of intertwined vines and branches around behind her, with flowers and such. And just this is all like a hand drawn, and you see this female holding a in her hand a wand, and on the end of it you just see a little drawing of something that looks like it's supposed to be brilliant on the end of the wand, and like a shard, and you see like a little notation off of it. Gotta get my notes up. There is a little notation that damn it! Why don't I bold my notes? Alright, essentially it says the name of the little gem on the end of it, and specifically in parentheses beneath it you see Gatekeeper Crystal / Shard.
Fun. Perfect.
Would nod up at you. Head just kind of twitches back and forth.
just staring at me. Okay.
Blinking up at you. Yeah.
Do you want to continue helping me? I will accept your help.
Kind of with one claw flips the book closed. What can I help you with?
Okay, one more thing for me, and then I know of one of my very good friends who is looking for much more interesting information than I am. Okay.
Okay, he says, like in a perfect rendition, perfectly in the exact same way you did. And you instantly get the idea this is a form of Kenku.
Right. That makes sense. That checks. Char would just kind of like drop her normal human-esque disguise and like show her true form and just say, I'm looking for more information about this.
You see this individual kind of take a step back and look at you very quizzically. And they would shuffle down, pull out another book, tab through it, and you see on the binding of the book mythical creatures, and you would see them go through it, confused at first, go back to the index, and then point to an area that there's not much there. It just is a random, it's in a section of noted creatures of the Feywild. And one of them specifically references the kitsunes. And it just says, like, in the descriptor, not much is known, for they are experts at hiding, protectors of the Feywild, with a question mark.
Cool. Cool. That's
He
very
just
helpful.
kind of gives a little bit of a shrug, like apologetic.
Char would smile at this creature and just like that's good. This was better than I would have done. The Char would lead the new friend to Nina.
Yeah.
Who is just pulling book after book down and realizing she does not read abyssal or deep speech and then putting it back. And she's like looking for anything in primordial, but
If only someone with a special helmet was there.
yeah, but Liam runs off to do his own thing.
Liam wants to do crime, not reading.
Yeah.
All right. So
Liam also has the best investigation, so he really should be the one here doing this.
yeah, you would lead this little Kenku. Well, not little. I mean, he's a full adult. Lead him around, and at one point you realize he's actually leading you, and takes you over to where your friend Nina is.
God damn it. It really is just all gibberish.
Nina, I may have found a person that can help.
Hi.
Hi.
That's uncanny and a little unsettling, but do they work here? Do you work here?
They work here.
Yes. I am looking for a prophecy about the Chained One, or any mention of the Deceiver. But I don't read Abyssal.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. 9. Got shit for luck today.
Can I help with that since I led the creature here?
How do you help?
I would say something like, I promise that this information will be much more interesting than what I was looking for.
Yeah, go ahead. You can roll again.
Oh, that's not much better. Persuasion, you said?
Yeah.
13.
His head tilts a bit. Why looking?
We had a friend who was killed over this. I would just like to know why.
Flickering Mountain.
You know of them.
Name in the book.
Yes. Like,
Dangerous.
they warned us as much.
I am shush. Follow. He would turn and start to shuffle down. At one point, he would pause at the start of a book area. Rowan, what are you looking for? You said
books on
Awesomer?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Roll me a investigation.
This is so much better than what Nina was gonna do. I was gonna find like some young wizard in here and go up and try to like charm him with my charisma and helping me cast locate object.
Wow.
That's so funny.
That's so Nina. I got a 16.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you find some information on Awesomer. And it's more general knowledge, like that they tend to, obviously the bloodline in some way of celestials at some point. It doesn't always necessarily carry from, like if you were to have a child, it wouldn't necessarily, yours wouldn't be Awesomer. It can be several generations down before another presents with the celestial portion. And it's tends to be held in high accord in cultures. When an Awesomer is known to be born, it's seen as if the gods are with them when people see Awesomer. It's very much symbolic. People tend to flood towards those type of individuals. But yeah. Anything in particular you're looking for otherwise?
Information about them being in Eastgard.
You don't find anything like that necessarily. Awesomer, I mean, Eastgard and a lot of the plains, Celestials are more abound, period. Awesomer are kind of more offshoots. They tend to hold more importance on Toril or Faerun, the Sword Coast, your world, because of the fact that the Celestials, the gods, the deities, gods in particular, they kind of take a little bit of a back seat. So an Awesomer on Eastgard, for instance, would not really be something of viewed as importance because the gods walk among them. There's just a different thought process and lifestyle in the other planes. Anything else?
Yes, let me think of the wording I want to use. I'd like to go see. There was also mention and discussion at one point, or a couple different points, about the Blood Wars. So I'm going to go and start searching for information on that. Especially for, like, because that was with the sword I have, right? Dissonance, kind of big part during the Blood Wars.
Okay. I will get you information on the Blood Wars. I will get that together for you and absolutely get you some of that.
Okay.
So you find a book, specifically, with information on it that you kind of tuck under your arm as you see the rest of your friends come around the corner and the little Kenku leading them. He pauses for a moment, looks at you, looks back at your friends. Come with us. And turns and starts to walk away again.
Nina just whispers, Chara found us a guide.
That's actually pretty smart.
You're really lucky, but yeah.
All right. You guys head to the back area, far out of sight, where you see a large portrait filling the entire wall, like a tapestry, basically. And off to the side, you see a mirror. Very nondescript. Almost looks like just a setting decoration. But you would see Shush walk up to it and would pull his feathers across it.
Wait, that's their name? Their name is Shush?
Yeah. Yeah. He would kind of run some of his feathers along it and then tap several different points on the mirror. Turn and look at you all. Blink widely. Follow. And he would walk through the mirror.
Oh. Mirrors again?
Nina also is just like, God fucking damn it. And, but she will stride confidently forward.
Chara will pause to admire her reflection before she enters the mirror.
What's the pose? What's the pose you strike?
She's like, oh, and then she's like, she touches up her hair, and then she's like, okay, and then goes through.
You go through, Rowan?
I touch it for a sec of my finger, and then I look around us. Behind
Maybe
us.
one of us should go tell Nathan where we're being taken.
Exactly.
But...
before I go through, I was like, and I'm like, well, hopefully it's not a time dilation where they're wondering where the hell I am behind them, as I head to tell Nathan that we're going through another magic mirror.
All right. So you split off and wander around. Roll me a intelligence check or history, either one.
So you don't get lost in the library.
Yeah.
That's good. So which one do you want me to do?
Either one.
History or intelligence?
Intelligence, yeah. See if you recall your path.
It don't matter.
Okay. Yeah, you wander for quite a while.
Hey, I may have had a negative on my modifier, but it's still a 17.
Whoa, okay. No,
Very
that's pretty darn good. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, yeah, you make your way downstairs, and you just somehow recall exactly which way to go, the route back, and make your way back to Nathan. But in the meantime, Nina and Chara, as you step through the mirror, that quiet sensation before felt very open-aired, pine forest smell, cool, and yet still kind of dusty. As you step through, this is a section that feels like the air could run out. It feels slightly more oppressive, closed in, dark, and very little sound, even more so as you step through, and it is completely dark, but fortunately both of you can see in the dark as you see Shush gesture with his little clawed hands, walks over to a little shelf, pulls off a little candle, taps the little wick on it, and a little green flame alights. And he walks over and would gesture for you to follow him as he leads you down several dark shelves filled with various types of things.
Okay, two things. As Nina's coming through here, and kind of just in general, can I do some sort of like this Shush seems very kind, but can I just maybe make an insight check or perception check to see? You mentioned like he's got like a green robe on and a little medallion. Like I want to make sure it's not that circle and the spokes thing or anything else that we've been told to be wary of.
Yeah, roll a perception.
Perception.
Or
okay.
you can do investigation too if you're specifically looking. Like,
Yeah. Well, that doesn't matter. It's an 8 investigation or a 5 perception, whichever. So.
okay. So, yeah, you're not sure.
Yeah, Nina's overwhelmed. She just walked through another mirror.
Completely paranoid.
Yeah.
You all follow him blindly to the down the rows, takes off to the left, and would lead you to a table, set down the little candle, walk to a little cubby section where he pulls out a scroll, puts that on the table, walks over, pulls out a book, sets that down, and would kind of pull the candle a little closer and unravel the scroll. At which point he would turn to you first, and you see, do either of you read Abyssal?
No.
Nope,
Okay.
not a chance.
Nope, not at all.
So you would see him unroll it and then look at you, blinking up at you with big eyes, and
Do you
tap
have
it.
a translation book?
I thought you had the spell for comprehend languages.
I don't. I used to have the Eyes of the Ruin Keeper when I had my warlock
Gotcha.
stuff that would let me read it. But no, I don't have that. I wanted to see, is Abyssal based on anything? Like, is it a form of primordial?
No.
I'm trying to see. Like I'm thinking how like Elvish is a
Yeah.
subset of Sylvan. I think Abyssal's is all its own thing though, right?
Yeah.
It's a form of primordial language warped and twisted by the abyss, but I still wouldn't understand all of it, but I can speak primordial, draconic, and infernal. So I don't know if any of that plays in here.
There are hints that you are looking at, and at one point you're like, oh, just looks slightly the patterns on it, but I just can't make it out.
Make it out. Yeah.
Um,
Um,
and you
I
would
would turn
see,
to. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, you would see Shush look at both of you, kind of looking at the scroll, not comprehending, and he would drag a chair over, which silently pulls, and then he would climb up onto it and spread the scroll out and look up at you. And he would reach into his doublet, pull out a what almost looks like a lens, basically a magnifying lens, and he would lay it down, and you would see as he draws this across, he taps it once, and you see the lettering suddenly turn to Dwarvish. He taps it again, and you see it turn to Common. And
That right there.
he looks up at you widely and then nods. And slowly kind of draws it across. And the first thing you notice is in this little section that it speaks of, you see the Chained One, the Unraveler. And you see a quote beneath it. Light must be snuffed. Perfection decayed. Order dissolved and minds fragmented. And you see in little parentheses beneath that an inscription found in one of Tharizdun's black pyramids. And you see below that a symbol. But the Shush lifts the little lens, and you see the symbol is actually like stretched skin. The edges jagged, as if someone carved this off of someone, and it's a tattoo, and has been attached to this book, and it is a symbol of a dark spiral, which I will also show to all of you.
So it said light must be snuffed, something, order decayed and minds fragmented, right? What was that second line?
Perfection decayed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Order unraveled, minds fragmented, or something like that.
That makes sense.
And you see beneath this tattoo, it says, follower of Tharizdun, carved from the shoulder blade. He would place down the lens again, and you kind of see various things here and there. And it basically speaks of evil deity predating the Dawn Wars. Let's see, no.
Hey, I know what those are now.
You do know what those are now. Let's see here. you see information on this evil deity that it once was a god. And a god that got a hold of a primordial spark, which from reading you would gather is a creation type spark, so to speak. But it was an evil primordial spark that eventually gave Tharizdun great power, but also caused him to go quite insane. And he used this primordial spark to, he thought that it would help him create everything he wanted, but instead it wound up infecting him, and he wound up creating the Abyss, including many of the Denzians that traverse the Abyss. It notates that he is the father of the Abyss, and that at one point the gods couldn't defeat him, and so they created, and the wording on this is a little odd, but you gather it to come to mean the Void Harrow.
And this has come up before. I think I have it mentioned in my notes somewhere. It was kind of like a plane of existence where he could do what he wanted, and it would just kind of like restart, right? So it's like a prison of his own making, sort of.
Yep. It's a pocket realm of everything. That's how right. He would want existence.
But now we've come to believe he wants out of that.
Yes. He's always had, it mentions throughout time, he's had followers.
Yeah. So Tharizdun is the real name of the Chained One, the Unraveler, the Elder Eye. That's one and the same as what we're gathering from this?
You don't see anything on the Elder Eye.
Okay, that's good to know.
There doesn't seem to be anything linking that.
What about Sagathgagot, the abyssal thing that Chara saw in her room when you guys were saving Nina?
So you see it, you do see that word, and it is Shothragot.
Shothragot.
Shoth. Ragot. Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's much better.
And you also see some notations also calling it the Herald.
Okay. That is the Herald.
And it seems to be a separate entity from the Chained One.
Okay. That's helpful.
Like right-hand man? I know I'm not there, but...
You don't see anything like that.
I was more saying it out loud for Eliza.
No, it's just the music that just kicked in.
Oh, that's great.
Lore drop, but to a beat. Okay, so Elder Eye is, we don't see any mention of. We've seen the Chained One, the Unraveler, Shothragot, but as the Herald, so they are two different things. Any mention of, well, I didn't actually hear that. That was, no, the Dark Lady translated her prophecy right after she wrote it in the ground. She said it out loud, or was it just to somebody?
I thought it was just to Nathan.
Okay, then I will ignore that. Because I think you're right. I think
I shared it though. If it was said, I would have shared.
That's okay. That's perfectly fair.
So anything about the Dreadmaster then, or was that? I mean, she like gave him a couple of titles, and I just want to confirm that they're all the same things. Let me see. I have it right here. The 333 jewels who contain that Dreadmaster shall shatter, and the world shall tremble, wailing and clawing.
Mm-hmm. So the Dreadmaster, you get the idea. It is another name for Tharizdun.
Cool.
Um,
Just making sure we only got a couple of players, not a half dozen, guys.
and yeah, you also see mention of this same prophecy.
Okay.
Actually spelled out for you, and same thing. And in the last
Perfect.
days, the sleep of 1,000 years shall end when the herald appears, blotting out the sun in all its awesome glory. Its shuddering bulk shall sound the trumpets of destiny, those clarion calls to bring forth he who waits, the dark god, the wrongly held. And the 333 jewels that contain the Dreadmaster shall shatter, and the world shall tremble, wailing and clawing, begging their petty gods for escape from the wondrous return of the Unraveler, whose appearance shall set to right all wrongs, restore balance, and reduce the abomination of creation to its primal primitive state. Rejoice, for the end is at hand.
Man, and I thought our cults were batshit, but these guys are certifiably insane. Thank you, Shush. That was helpful, at least confirming things.
You see him, his eyes are just kind of glued to the page. His little claws on his little lens, magnifying lens, and you see like a little tear kind of go down his face before he wipes it away with one of his wings, and he pulls the lens back and closes the book, or rolls the scroll up, pulls it, tucks it back into the cubby, tucks his little thing away, and looks up at you all, both.
Do you know if Flick looked at anything else when they were here?
You seem kind of worrying at his hands together.
They might have passed on all they knew already. It's okay.
Did not come here. Sad. Did not trust.
Got it.
Ashamed.
They were ashamed of, or
You see him point a single claw at himself.
you were ashamed that they didn't trust you.
Trust. Flick.
Okay.
Died. Friends.
Do you know where? Where Flick died? Okay. Well, we don't want you to get in any more trouble, so...
Bad things. Fix.
That's the plan.
He kind of nudges you again. Trust.
We got you, Shush. It'll be okay.
pick up the little candle. Lead you back towards the mirror, unless there's something else you guys wanted to look for.
No, I think Nina just leans into Chara and goes, I still haven't found anything on the Deceiver, but I have an idea of where we can get information, but I don't think any of you are going to like it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you thinking?
My hag, she made a deal with him, and I still have her.
That's a bad idea. That's not a good idea. I don't like that idea.
Well, we can talk about it as a group, she says as they walk to the front.
Yeah, as you come to the mirror, you would tap the little whatever.
Yeah.
Puts it onto the shelf, walks over, and would lead you back out. As you come back out, it's so weird because like you came into this library and it sounded very quiet, very oppressively quiet. Coming back into it, it's almost like sound is once again with you. And
I imagine it was like really quiet library, sensory deprivation tank.
Yes.
Now we're back to really quiet library and everything seems like it's like
Yes.
a mall.
And as you head back towards the front with Shush's guidance, you would see the augur of bones standing there at the counter, hands both on there, just kind of looking at all of you over his glasses, specifically looking at Shush, who just tilts his head and turns and shuffles on. The augur just closes the book and looks at all of you expectantly.
Thank you for your help today.
The door.
Okay. Nina will turn to leave, but I would like to try to slip Shush my figurine of wondrous power so that he can get us a message if he needs to. So can I like sleight of hand
Yeah.
that into his pocket?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my last inspiration on this.
Okay.
It's a 12.
Okay. You're able to get it in there. He does not seem to notice at all.
That's
as
okay.
He rolled very low. But
Maybe he'll find it later, but
yep, he kind
I'm
of shuffles
gonna
off as
delete that from my inventory for now.
I'm at the internal coffee shop at every bookstore. library.
I imagine that checks out. I'm sure Nathan's getting food right now, like just eating a croissant. Like...
Yeah, you come up to the rest of your group. Why
How
don't
much time passed from me trying to get to Nathan to them showing up behind me? Like, does it seem like they?
so they weren't gone very long, maybe like 20 minutes. However, when you came back with Nathan, the Augur of Bones had the book open and basically told you, you're no longer welcome in the library. You will wait there until your friends come. And once they came back, yeah.
Really quick question. Rowan had a book under her arm when she ran into us. Does she still have that book, or does he take that book from her?
What are you doing with it, Ron?
Now wait a minute. You put it into my hands.
I did.
DM.
I did. Did you leave it, or did you want to take it with you?
Because I think it was just the one on the Asmars, right?
Yeah.
I think it was going to be that or the
Oh, the Blood Wars.
Oh, that's what that's yeah. You're right. I'm sorry.
Because Rowan would not be trying to sneak a book out of the library.
Okay.
Then you put it down, probably.
Okay.
Chara definitely would ask, like, did we do something to offend you?
Well, you don't. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily know this because I've just been standing with Nathan. I haven't told you that I basically was told I wasn't allowed back.
Oh, I guess
Oh
that's
no,
true.
he literally just told him to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I thought,
When
I
they
thought that
arrived.
it was just like door, like, oh,
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I
He
don't like that
absolutely.
attitude.
He basically told Rowan and Nathan they're no longer welcome, and to wait for their party where they're at. And then when you guys arrived, he basically showed you the door.
Yeah, so like, did we do something to offend you?
You went into a restricted section.
Oh, it wasn't told to us that it was restricted.
You were never meant to go in there. However, seeing as you were led by staff, that is the only reason you're walking out of here. Good day.
Wow, public
Me.
libraries are going to hell. So much for being a safe space for our youths.
When you come outside, Rowan is pacing back and forth, looking completely defeated, like she was scolded by a parental figure and why she was banned.
Figure of authority, and Rowan's just like, God damn it, what'd I do?
I'm like, I didn't take anything, and I only looked at this. I would have been like, am I allowed to, like, is this forever?
Leave it to Nina and Chara to be the ones to get, like, it's normally Liam who does this sort of shit and gets us kicked out of places.
Listen, and not to like point blame at Shush, but I'm just saying it wasn't
Yeah.
like there was a sign that said keep out.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Hey, I got
They
the
don't make it-
confirmations I wanted. Yeah.
yeah.
So when you come
A
out,
lot of the other stuff I had was pretty I probably would have taken like a nat 20 or a really high investigation check because it's kind of so obscure, or some of the stuff on my list it's like as a player I know but Nina does not, so I can't even go ask about them.
That makes
Like the
sense.
Blood Wars, I don't think Nina's actually heard those mentioned at all. She just has a demon, the Deceiver, that she knows about. But yeah, so I got what I came for. Nina says as she walks out, but don't expect to be let in there again anytime soon. Sorry.
so wait, did I just get kicked out because of what you guys did?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Apparently,
Oh.
we entered a restricted section, even though there was no sign.
I mean,
They
I'm
kind
just,
of threaten us.
okay.
And if we hadn't have been let in there by staff, it's the only reason you're walking out of here alive. I'd like to see that wizard try.
Totally. I dare you.
I mean, I'm just okay. I'm at least glad it wasn't me.
No, Rowan. Our angelic poor baby, and she puts her hand up to your face.
I
You're
slap
still
it
an
away.
angel.
Yeah, I slap it away.
Okay.
Did you listen to
that,
anything good while you were in there?
Well, I ain't talking to you in front of this place. If that dude walks out, he might literally, like, banish you to another realm. So let's go somewhere else.
He's dead before his hand even comes up. I wouldn't worry about it.
All right. Where are we going? Do you guys want to go back to the portal? You want to go somewhere else? Do we want to check in with Liam?
He's been gone for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. And I am fairly certain that I'm going to buy magical items could quickly turn into I'm going to steal magical items if we don't check in with him.
But
I could see that, yeah.
with that,
does he have? Does he have one of these?
Yeah, it's just if you talk, I think Gulliver's also going to hear you, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but also he might not because he's 7 days away. Actually, 9 days. 7 days to Red Larch, 2 days to Westbridge. So
Check. Liam, can you hear me?
You do that on the earpiece, and you hear a little bit of static for a moment. And that's where we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. And then we will be back to see what has been going on with Liam.
He's in jail.
That's, yeah, well, no.
Awesome. Let's do this.
it turns into a heist, but it's not the heist we think of. It's actually
Yeah.
getting Liam out of prison.
All right, 10-minute break.
I'm so excited to see its suspicions come to fruition.
She's got suspicions. She also has really bad ideas about figuring out information, guys. Because the hag, like watching that memory, I was like, oh fuck, the hag could literally tell us so much about what we're about to walk into. I was talking with Kara this past week, just after doing all the binging and all of the conspiracy theories that I went along, and I was like, you know what you haven't done yet? I was like, cast Detect Good and Evil next to Nathan. But I was also like, he's got this celestial thing, the whole Kieran, they're supposed to be really good. If we take Kippen at her word and we trust, not that we heard any of that, but like as a player, I was like, if we trust Kippen, But I think Nina and Rowan are pushed, and Chara probably too, are still hella fucking suspicious. Chara's never let her guard down around Nathan yet. Allie, what is the tattoo on your bicep?
This one?
Yeah. Is it a
It's
shell?
It's 2 triangles
Nice.
and a shell. I thought that I was like, I want a tattoo that like reminds me of Pisces vibes, and that's what I went
Okay.
all those years ago. It's one of my least favorite.
Yeah, that happens. My first couple, I'm not a fan of anymore either, but that's okay. You live and you learn.
Yeah, my newest ones are my favorite ones, and I'm trying not to have like big bias against just like the new tattoos, but
Yeah.
I'm like low key. I think Liam is the deceiver. Like, and I've had that thought for a while. This is like something that I've just been sitting on. I'm like, I could see it. I don't know. I feel like Liam went through like a major personality change at a certain
We do
point.
know that the deceiver is technically the demon Phrase Blue. That came up. So it's someone either tied to that or an embodiment of him in a different way. I think Liam is just a traumatized kid who wanted his big sister back, and she is still just like, I am 2 different people!
I think it's a great cover story.
It feels like a whole lot
I'm
of
just waiting for the ultimate story
displacement
being
there.
play. Turns out the deceiver is Flynn.
Right?
Savage. It's like Dungeons and Dragons and Among Us had a baby.
Yeah.
No, it's just like a big like, who is it?
I don't know if DM meant for this much PvP suspicion, but we're here, and
I don't.
Stop it.
I withhold my
No.
answer. All right. So, coming back, you guys are coming out of the library. You just messaged Liam. Let's jump over to Liam. You are still at Rochelle Page Turner's shop. He has offered you a couple items, one of which is far too expensive. And then you asked for some scrolls, specific ones, and he would pull out 3 scrolls. Two of them. He would lay 2 on the desk, both with wax seals on them. And he would tell you, all right, so this one is to help a group. You seem to be part, based on what you've told me thus far, it sounds like you're part of an adventuring crew. I would recommend this one. This one, and he would kind of pat the other one, is more for individual type stealth. Before I sell you either of these, I do have to ask, do you plan to use these to do any type of crime?
Not here.
Wonderful, my boy. All right, so this one, pats the
Can you
left
repeat?
one.
I apologize. Can you repeat what the scrolls are again?
The pats the left one. Will help your group pass without a trace amongst others. And this one taps the right one. This one will help one individual pass by invisible. So basically you have a scroll of pass without a trace and a scroll of invisibility. Both are uncommon. They do take a bit of work to create such scrolls, so I'd say this one, taps the left one, will run you about 150 gold pieces, and this one, taps the invisibility, about 200 gold pieces.
So a total of 350.
Yes.
Can I? Would there be any discount for buying them both?
No, sir.
Out of curiosity, is the other stuff still out on the table? The deck, the potions. Okay. As we're talking about the scrolls, I'm going to snap my fingers. And I'm casting Silent Image
Okay.
of the deck on top of it.
Okay.
I can already see Liza's face.
I love it so much. The Nina inside of me though is just cringing at what this is gonna lead to. Please, yes. I love it.
So as we're going, I'm gonna buy the scrolls, but as I head over to touch them, or to pay him, I'm mostly going to sleight of hand the deck away from the silent image of it. So it'll look like the deck is still there, but I'm taking it.
Okay. Bear with me. I'm seeing what the saving throw is here.
I mean, come on. When we heard 50,000 gold, we knew that there was going to be some theft.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I haven't had a successful steal of a rare item since my rope of climbing, and
Okay.
that was such a boon. So
Okay. All right. Here we go. What is your spell save DC?
hold on. Before anything else, I just want to check something. Okay. My spell save DC 14.
So, oops. Point of note, silent image is verbal, somatic, and material. So,
Meaning you can't just snap your fingers. You have to say, gesture, and provide
Yeah.
something to cast the spell.
But we've never done that before, and I was always under the impression that as long as I had talent as my spell casting focus,
That covers the material components.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the verbal somatic, the somatic, I would totally accept that as the snap, if you want. The verbal, what are you going to do for that portion? And it needs to be the same. So however you want to kind of do it for future moving forward. What is the verbal that you would do for this spell?
Jeez, I haven't thought about that.
I know. We're putting each other on the spot tonight.
I thought since it was a cast at will, it wasn't a big deal, especially since it had spellcasting focus.
One thing to consider, like in a future level up, if you take the meta magic feat, you could take subtle spell, which allows you to negate verbal and somatic components, so you can cast things at will in the way that you want to. But that is like a whole mechanical thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What could I say would work in combat as well as here?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Hypothetical,
Yeah.
because obviously this has nothing to do with Chara. But could you do like okay, never mind, it doesn't matter. But in my brain, I'm like, could you do a sneeze? Could you literally say a chew? And then, but can it be what is that word?
Gesundheit?
No, not.
You mean like the word for like say like pal, kabam.
Yeah. Not onomatopoeia.
I know it. But shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Somebody used it in a sentence this week with me, and I was like, "Oh, that's what that word is," and now I can't remember. But can it be like a? No, y'all are googling.
They're driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is onomatopoeia.
Yeah.
It is onomatopoeia. Great. So
Yeah.
could it be like an onomatopoeia, or does it have to be like alakazam? Or could you just say a chew?
I mean,
I think that's what DM's asking, right? Is like what
Yeah.
Liam wants it to be, but it's got to be something he wants
So
to say.
I like magic, arcane, and everything to be very. Yes, for wizards and such, it's very much a liturgical. There's a precise way to do it. Sorcerers, it's more innate, ingrained. It can be personalized to how they perform their internal magic. Warlocks. This might actually help you, Liam. For warlocks, it should be more ingrained with your patron. So if that helps at all, how you would verbalize.
You could say something literally like the weather's crazy out there right now, like something related to wind, right? Like, oh, there's a draft in here, and it just silent images.
Okay, just imagine Liam in combat, constantly going, "Oh, there's a draft in here."
I don't think you ever have you used silent image in combat before. It's usually been trickery type things, right?
I've had an idea to use it in combat. I think I used it once where we
Oh,
were
okay.
in that pit and I split myself into like different ones to distract the person.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Which, like, I guess doesn't matter, but it's just kind of funny to
Yeah.
think about. Like, I'm not saying do it or don't do it one way or the other,
Yeah.
because it'd be hilarious.
Okay. So rewind. What I'm going to say, the word is going to be my patron's name. Hazari, right? So as we're talking, I'm going to snap my fingers and say, I really think that my party member Hazari would really appreciate this invisibility scroll.
Okay. So. And Do you want to add anything to your what you're doing?
I mean, I don't have anything else really that I can
Okay.
add.
Okay.
I have no spells, no skills. I'm
Okay.
just the best I can do is a sleight of hand to take away the thing from the image, like and leave it just like there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So he watches you do this, and you see him.
By the way, just for flavor, the way I say it is I'm like, Hazari would love this. Snapping my fingers is suddenly realizing
Okay.
as inconspicuously as possible.
Then I will have him roll with disadvantage because I think that's very well. Yeah. Okay. You see him watch you for a moment. This Zoe figure. A friend? Part of your
A dear one.
venturing crew?
A dear friend. They're with me always.
Oh. Actually, now that I think of
DM keeps re-roll.
you see as Terrence, who, god damn it, rolled fucking high once again.
Oh yeah, the little kid standing there with you.
Yeah, just arms up, kind of like on the thing, kind of looking up, and you just see him kind of nod towards it. Oh yeah, no, Hazari. And as he kind of points towards you, swipes backwards and just rests his chin. And you would see Rashal. All right, well. Would you like to buy it then?
The scrolls?
Yes.
Of course.
All right. So, both scrolls?
350, correct?
Would you also like this one? And he
Oh.
puts another one down. This, my boy. You said you wanted something for speed? Possibly?
Yeah, I would love that.
They call this one haste.
Okay.
It's a little bit more expensive, as it is a bit also uncommon. Takes a lot of work. You're looking at about 350 gold pieces for this one alone.
So 350 plus 350, that's 700. So leaves me with 1100. I still want to go get some art, see what gear I can pick up. But I have a plan for that as well. Because I got some stuff I want to sell that I think a blacksmith would like. Okay, I'll take it. 700. Actually, once again, I have to ask, is there any sort of deal we can get here? I am buying in bulk here 3 very expensive things. And I am still willing to make connections with you, help facilitate a connection between you and Valley Vos and Red Larch.
He kind of tilts his head. Well, I've never heard of Alvos. However, I think you must understand, my boy. Wait, you say expensive. However, the most expensive item on the counter at the moment is 50,000 gold pieces. So, as
You're right.
much as I appreciate you wanting to throw deals around and to get the best price, I assure you, here in the North Ward, we deal fairly.
Well, I appreciate that. And for your trouble, what I'd like to do is I'd like to offer as a tip, as a thank you, 51 copper pieces. I know it's not much, but it's what I can afford with all this.
Most kind. However, you should keep that. Dear boy. Dear boy. And he just kind of,
Well-
a large clawed hand just kind of pats yours as he pushes the scrolls towards you and takes the gold, kind of leaves the copper. I greatly appreciate your business. It is wonderful to see new faces coming in and out of Waterdeep. It truly is.
Well, it is a pleasure and an honor to do business with you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh shit! I gave myself 700. I was very confused to why I only had 2,500. I'm supposed to hit the red button, not the green one. Okay, so I am going to walk out now
Okay.
with Terrence. And
Terrence walks outside, hands in pockets. All right, so you said armor and weapons, right? I'll be this way.
lead the way. And as we get further, what's the distance between this shop and the armor shop?
Like 200 feet.
Hmm. Okay, as we get 100 feet away, I'm going to look at Terrence and just put out my hand.
He doesn't look at you. He keeps walking.
I'm going to direct the rope of climbing to wrap around his waist.
The fuck is this?
Terrence,
What?
give it.
This is really not cool. You can't just
Terrence.
rope kids in the middle of a street, especially in the North Ward. Do you understand what kind of issues you're going to run into?
Well, I do believe that some of these people have leashes on their children so they don't run away. So I don't think it's too far out there.
Mate,
And that said,
that's the Castle Ward. He kind of like struggles against it.
Terrence, I'll let you go once you give it to me.
What? You want all my gold?
No. What you swiped.
Roll a persuasion check.
You really are straight up mugging this child in the middle of the street, though. Like, just for clarification.
I'm going to use luck.
Feels like the dude in the alley all over again.
100%,
We
yes.
don't talk about that. Okay, 12.
Okay. He like kind of shuffles towards you, arms bound by his side, and just turns a pocket towards you. Just turns to the side.
This full adult man has to reach into this child's pocket that he's found in the middle of the street.
I'm going to take it.
Okay. You dive into the pocket and yeah, you pull out the small wooden box.
Let's say, can you help me out here, DM, with adding that stuff to my inventory?
Yep.
If you got it up there, because I want to be sure I got it all right. At the same time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, as I'm taking, I'm going to drop in 41 pieces of gold into his pocket.
All right.
So,
He does not notice whatsoever. He just knows that you're taking that from him. And before I give that to you, you just add like a custom deck of cards.
okay. Deck of cards. Add item to backpack.
Yeah.
And what were the scrolls were haste, invisibility, and pass without a trace?
Yep.
Okay.
And then do you let Terrence go?
Of course.
All right. After he kind of shuffles out of it, that's really not cool.
You'll learn, kid.
Oh,
You'll
I've been in worse situations. All right, come on this way.
I don't want to know.
And he would take you
I'm not able to find
down the
the.
street.
Oh wait. Scroll of. No, I'm not able to find the scrolls.
Yeah, it's basically the spell. You get one casting, however, it'll be scroll. I'll send you the usage of scrolls and how to do them. But it's basically casting those spells.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like in D&D Beyond, you would just add like a scroll of second level or whatever
Mhm.
level the scroll is, and then you have to annotate what it is. It's not actually like in D&D Beyond a scroll of haste.
Did you add the cards? 'Cause I kind of want to look at them now.
Nope.
Nope. I just got the cards and I can't. Okay. God damn it.
Yep.
Um.
They're 50,000 gold. They're special. You have to work for those.
I thought I already did.
All right. So,
Okay, I'm going to the armor blacksmith to see if I can get some magic weapons or something.
yeah, Terrence would take you to the armorer and would just hands in his pockets kind of swing towards you. Head tilts for a moment. You see his hand kind of digging in his pocket for a second. Kind of give a, all right, that'll do. Gives you a nod of like,
I just look at him and
thanks.
say, I'll just wink at him and say, for talent development.
Thank you, sir. And he'd swing back around and push the door open. And he would take you in. This here is the armorer and weaponsmith, Embrick and Avi. Embrick does majority of the armory. Avi, his partner, does the majority of the weaponsmith. And he would kind of sweep his arm and you would see an air genasi and a fire genasi. And both of them working, well, the fire genasi is working at the forge while the air genasi turns towards you and just gives a nod. Oh yes, welcome. Anything we can do for you, sir?
Yeah, we just came to town. Have money. Let me start off with that.
Excellent. We'll take it.
I hope you will. Honestly, I may be going into some precarious situations, and all I have are, and I show them. I just open my cloak and show 2 daggers. All I have are these 2 daggers. One is sentimental, and I don't plan on replacing it. But this other dagger is just a normal dagger, and I'm looking for something that can make me a little make it so that I can help my friends and keep myself a little bit safer.
He
So what I'm asking is, do you have any sort of any weapons that take a little finesse that might be a little helpful? I think it's finesse weapons I can use.
So you have the one dagger. Do you have a second dagger in your... Am I missing it? Oh
no,
yeah,
I've always
there it
had
is.
two
There it is. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a regular dagger. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've always had. I really hope I don't lose it.
Yeah. So do you set both the daggers down or do you just show him?
I will show both at first, and then I will put out the second one.
Okay.
I'm not gonna let talent out of my sight.
He kind of eyes look over both. Yeah. Well, that one looks interesting. Points to the one on your hip. This one does look, quite basic. kind of picks it up, florals it in his hand, flourishes it. Yeah, we might be able to do you one better than that.
Let me ask, and you said that this dagger looks interesting. Can you give me anything that can match it, or at least could be a good partner for it?
I need to get a better look at it. He kind of waits, looking at you, like clearly understanding the relationship one has with their life-saving weapons. Doesn't push, just stands there.
I'm gonna pull it out.
Okay.
I'm gonna place it on the table, but I'm not going to let go of it. I'm just going to hold on to it and show it.
He grasps his hands behind his back, specifically, making a show of not being oppressive as he just kind of leans forward and looks it over. Interesting. Kind of tilts his head a bit. And his eyes kind of flicker up to you for a moment. And he leans back. I don't normally do this. And I promise I will give it back, but may I? And he holds his hands out.
I'm gonna look at Terrence and say, "What's his reputation in the city?"
Looks between the two of you. Shrugs. He's a pretty good weaponsmith.
Is he known for being trustworthy?
Yeah, most people in the North Ward are.
I'm gonna look at him and say, "I want this back. If not, I will come for it."
The Air Genasi gives a low bow of his head and holds his hands out.
I will put it in his hands.
He just looks at it as it sits there for a moment. And you see him draw in a breath and exhale. And he closes his hand over it. And as he does, you see the gem that's inset start to glow a bit as he closes his eyes. And you feel a slight breeze start to pick up and start to swirl. Some of the dust in the area, like shavings of metal and such, start to kind of swirl around. And this constant sound of ting, ting, you notice stops as the individual, the fire genasi off to the side, you see him look over, holding his hammer as he pulls back and watches, concerned. And then the air genasi exhales. And the eyes open with a slight smile on their face.
Do I feel like anything's happening to the... Do I feel like I'm losing my connection to the dagger?
No.
Okay.
If anything, you felt it pulsate. And you see him kind of smile, for he just holds his hands up. That is Most refreshing. And he just holds it out for you.
I'm going to take it, twirl it in my hands, and put it back in its scabbard.
Roll me an insight check.
You know, that dice hasn't been nice to me tonight. Let's go with one of the die that DM gave me when we first started the campaign. How insightful am I? Oh shit. 11.
You get a sense, it's hard to read, but you get a sense that this individual is a little bit curious, maybe a little, well, greatly curious, but a tinge of respect as they stand there and give you a nod as they hand that dagger back and you put it back in your sheath.
So, about finding a partner for this thing.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Well, I could do you one better, if you'd like.
You have my attention.
And he would go to a shelf on the back and pull out a box, flip it open, and swing it around. And you would see a dagger inside. This here would probably cut a little bit deeper. Basically, it's a +1 dagger. You are looking at about 300 gold pieces for fine metal like this.
Okay. Not sure how I feel about saying do one better if it's just a +1 dagger. I mean, Talon's pretty awesome.
Dagger you gave him was pretty basic.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna look at it and say, I'm not looking to trade that one dagger that I gave you. Is there anything else you have? Anything better?
Sure. He kind of peruses.
And just as a heads up, I'm also going to say, I'm also willing to hold on. Apparently I still have adamantine key. That was the cursed key, right?
You already sold that.
Yeah, no, I didn't erase it from my
Oh, yeah,
list.
yeah.
That's why I'm asking. I want to be sure that it wasn't. I didn't have another key. I'll tell him. I'll even, if it helps, I've got 65 pounds of umber plate that I'm willing to part with for you and your partner here. And I can tell you, it's fresh. Killed the thing, skinned it myself.
Umber plate, it's a pretty rare item to come across. But it's heavy as shit. There's just not a lot of people that want to buy that.
I'm sure you guys can find a use for it.
I mean, I can sell you a dagger. It's quite a bit sharper and such. It's probably going to run you about 1,000 gold pieces.
Oof.
but I'm good for it. I can tell you, it'll cut sharp.
Well, I believe you. I believe you. I was hoping for something magic.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Embrick and I, we really don't deal with magic too much.
No, it's not your fault. I appreciate it.
That's... And he kind of gestures towards Talon. Those kind of things are rare. Like, really rare. You do understand what it is you carry, right?
I mean, to me, it's a family heirloom. What do you know?
You guys both kind of like each look at each other, kind of squinting a bit, seeing, and he just kind of. Have you ever opened it?
I'm gonna look him straight in the eye, honestly, and say, yes. And I've met them.
And did they welcome you?
To answer that, I'm going to move my hand across my face and what am I going to say? I've been playing a lot of God of War lately, so I'm probably going to take something from this. I'm just going to say Solfa, and my face is going to change into his face.
Who's he?
The person I'm talking to. I'm sorry, I can't remember their name. The blacksmith.
Oh, the blacksmith, Embrick.
Embrick, yeah.
Wait, the one you're talking to, or the air genasi or the fire genasi?
Air genasi.
Air genasi. So the one you're talking to.
Yep.
So you turn into his face.
Yep. I'm just gonna look at him and say, I'm just trying to find a partner for her. If you don't have it, can you point me in the direction of someone who might?
I mean, I definitely don't have a partner for what you're carrying. I couldn't even tell you exactly what this is. I can just sense the being inside of it as kin.
Okay. Well.
You
Going to put my hand across my face again and like undo the illusion.
I mean, that was kind of weird for me, but you should probably. I mean, you say you've talked to them before, right?
Yeah.
Did they tell you what this was?
What do you mean?
He points to your dagger again. The one still on your. He points to Talon.
Gonna look at him and like, what do you mean what this is? It's a dagger, and it's got someone in it. It's they're
That.
they give me some power. That's all I really know about them.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
not
No,
even.
that's fair. I don't mean to question. I just I've I've dealt with a lot of weapons and such. Made quite a few myself. I've seen a lot of magic weapons and such pass through here. Some are quite impressive. I've not seen one like that before. When I say you're not going to find one similar to it, no one can make something similar to that. You might try and seek out more from the one you spoke to.
Okay. Well, I got some direction.
I'd be willing to buy it off of you if you're willing to sell.
I'm going to cover it with my cloak and start walking away and say, not a chance.
Would not blame you, sir.
Have a good one. I'm going to walk away, and just to speed things along, I'm going to ask Terrence to take me to a jeweler. I'm going to buy 300 gold worth of diamonds.
Okay.
Just
It
to
might
speed
make more sense to go to a spell casting store to get component level diamonds. I don't think you need to buy jewelers level diamonds, but yeah.
Then let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
we
got
don't
it.
need fancy diamonds. We just need, cheap
I'm just-
hard cut stuff.
Did
I'm just gonna-
you
Throw away to the side, it still adds up to 300.
did you want the +1 dagger?
No,
Okay.
I want to save my money for other stuff.
Okay.
For if other, like, rare items come up somewhere.
Okay. All right.
I'm always going to look for something in every place we go to.
So you've got the components worth for 300 worth gold for diamond, whatever. And Terrence would, hands in pockets, every now and then you'd hear a little jingling and he would just kind of smile and move forward. Where off to, sir?
Let's go back to the inn. I feel like my friends have been waiting long enough.
And that's the moment you hear a slight static on your end.
Ooh, hold on. I got diamond, but it's saying cost 5,000 GP.
It's got to be a custom thing again. It's not going to be in D&D event. Yep.
Gotcha.
And you hear Rowan's voice.
Check, Liam, can you hear me?
On my way. By the way,
You don't
DM,
know where we are.
you're back at the inn, aren't you?
No. We did our research.
Well, I'll meet you guys back at the inn. I've got gifts.
You hear it like almost further away. Like he's meeting us at the end. He's got gifts.
What do you... Okay.
Do you want to say anything?
Nope. At least we just know he's got gifts. I just hope that doesn't mean he stole them. Yeah, we head back to the inn, I think.
All right.
I would stick near Nathan just because I want to kind of have his back as we get closer into like these mobbish crowds or the rowdiness the further south we get, though.
Mm-hmm.
So Nina's just sticking nearby.
And again, I am watching the rooftops and all that as we do our hour-long trek back.
All right. All of you get back to the yawning portal. It is now getting into about, we'll say, 8 p.m. ish. It's definitely dark. You all probably arrive before looking for a table once again, before you hear a small voice amidst the immense noise of, "Look out, coming through! Please move, sir! Nope, keep that to yourself! Alright! Important people coming through!" And you see a few bodies kind of shoving aside before you see Terrence coming through, dragging Liam behind him. "Oh, there you all are." And he would say, "Alright, hold on one second." And he would go across the way and find a table for all of you.
When he steps away to go find a table, I'm gonna lean over to Char like, "Are you capable of doing what he just like? That was pretty damn impressive."
Are you asking me if I have the skills of a 12-year-old?
And do you?
I guess technically yes. I mean, you did just see how he just manhandled the crowd, right?
Okay, well, challenge accepted, Rowan. Thank you for that.
I mean, I'd love to see it.
So now
mean,
we need a table. That's what we need?
You're trying to get a table faster than Terrence.
Uh-huh.
Got it. Done. All right, I'm ready for this.
Okay. What skill do you want to use to get a table?
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I would like to start a conga line in the middle of this tavern. I feel like getting everybody up out of their seats and away from their tables will be the best chance at opening a full table for our group.
Okay. So do you want to do a performance check? Or would you like to do an acrobatics check?
Performance.
Go for
it. That's a 24. I feel like Chara would, to do this, Chara would grab Terrence and be like, "Follow my lead." And then she'll, start pushing Terrence in front of her and, "Hey," along with the music. And,
Okay, so you're involving Terrence in this. Okay.
yeah, I am.
That's one way to beat him. Stall him.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
that he...
So you involve him in this, and he... Actually, let's do it. He absolutely dives right into it, following your lead, and just starts directing people. "Hey, join this line right over here," and starts doing whatever movements you're showing him. It's a little clunky, but with combined forces, you all are able to kind of start leading a few people, very drunk people, and a weird group of older people that all kind of start to follow in this line. And as they do, you see a table lose its last person as they get drawn up into this conga line going around the yawning portal. And your group just smoothly takes into the table, and a second later, a waiter comes by. "These your drinks?" Do you need some? New?
Yes, please. Whole round.
You got it. What do you have? An ale? Wine?
Wine, ale, whatever you've got.
You got it. Any foods?
Yeah, charcuterie board, but hold the cheese.
No, no, no. I want the cheese.
Okay, cheese on the side. Cheese on the side.
Cheese on the side. All right. And you see him bustle off, like kind of
It's a
holding a
charcuterie
tray up over.
All on the side.
I know. As soon as I said it, I was like, that was so dumb, Liza.
Like a minute later, first Terrence breaks free and comes to the table and just, oh shit, that I don't know what that was, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
Didn't like it. That, I mean, can I roll to see how I performed at the conga?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I push Rowan like into the conga line while
Uh-huh.
we have the table?
Uh-huh.
Like, I want to like Rowan go have fun.
Yep.
So, performance check.
Yep.
Oh, my big ol' 0. 3.
Rowan gets pushed into
Offbeat.
the conga line and just is drawn along at one point, like, yeah, hands up in the air. Not following very well whatsoever. It's
Completely
embarrassing.
opposite of what
Yeah.
people are doing. Yeah. That's Rowan.
Terrence is there, arms on the table, looking across, just like, what's she doing?
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know, but we just want to get her to have fun a little bit sometimes, you know?
That's not what I would qualify as fun.
Charo would like pop back at the table and just, it makes me want to dance on the tables. Just go crazy. This is the best tavern ever.
I
Yeah.
put my hand up to help you get on a table if you want to. You want up? Like, I mean, I'll help you up.
No,
Terrence
it's not,
is
it's
nodding.
Gotta be more spontaneous. It has to be like the right time. It's not the right time.
Oh,
Now's
we'll
the right
have dinner,
time.
We'll have dinner, a couple of drinks, and then it'll be the right time.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, Terrence. We'll get you up on a table.
I just don't, I'm not a table dancing kind of person. Just, you know.
No, what kind of person are you, Terrence?
I like to sit at the table, watch everyone else, kind of gather information, so I can be the best tour guide there is around Waterdeep.
And where did you take this one? And Nina points to Liam today.
Oh, well, this here, sir, we went to the best shop that you could find in Northward.
Liam, you said you had gifts.
By the way, DM, at this point, the illusion of the card box would have dissipated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a fun little. I'll say, gather round, and I'll put on the table the scroll of haste, the scroll of invisibility, the scroll of pass without trace, and the deck of cards.
Do I recognize cards? Do I know anything about magical decks of cards?
Roll me a history check. DC is pretty high.
All right, I got a
I'm gonna
plus
roll
0 to
too.
this.
I'm curious.
Yeah, go for it.
Just for
Yeah, I got
funsies.
an 8, so nothing.
I got a 17.
Okay.
Nice.
You've heard of decks being imbued with power. You've heard random things about people drawing cards and powerful things occurring. Neither good nor bad, disastrous or fantastical.
The urge to pull a card has never been stronger.
I mean, I don't know what would happen if you do it. I'm not going to say no.
Stop! Don't say that.
I already
You
did.
don't. Nina's gonna reach for one, probably.
Chara's already reaching for the deck. Like,
Terrence is
Oh,
like,
the
can
deck
pull
of cards.
that.
What's so cool about this?
it's just
wait,
a
I
deck
can
of cards.
seriously pull one.
I will How about this? There's 10 cards here. Yeah, 10 cards here. Words are hard. 10 cards here, guys. Why don't we all pull one?
Let's do it. I think that's the best idea we've had all campaign.
So,
I think that's a great idea.
I'm gonna pull a card.
Why are you so excited about these cards, Chara?
I plead the fifth.
What's
That's not
that?
I
Terrence
would
leans
like to
in.
decline to answer.
It's when you don't
and
want to
just-
answer.
Thank you, Derek. I think I just want to pull a card. I think that would be the best way to describe to you what happens when you pull a card.
I'm gonna look at Terrence and say, "You can pull one too. You helped out."
So you'll pull a card that you won't talk about, but you won't get up and dance on the table.
Oh, this will be good. Nina just picks up her drink and like leans back, arms crossed over her chest.
I'm watching first.
I can
Rowan,
Oh,
pull a
Nina's not
card.
gonna draw one either now. Yeah.
What, Chara?
I'll pull a card and then I'll dance on the table.
Roll me a dexterity check.
Me?
This one, I'm gonna wait
See
till
if you beat
wait till the card
Terrence.
does it.
I rolled a 23.
Okay, you beat Terrence to the deck of cards.
Oh.
You know, put a hand on Terrence real quick. Say, "You can, but let's see where this goes."
Chara, roll me a d10.
You guys, this is absolutely like the alleyway. In your turn. This is gonna not be great.
Rowan's
so
hand is on her
awesome.
sword.
Well, look, nothing could happen. I rolled a 3.
You know, a lot of people say nothing can happen.
Sorry.
You pull a card and you see a Queen of Hearts on it.
Great. I'm gonna dance on the table now. I said that's what I would do.
You set the card down, and as you hear the jangling and the crowd starting to pick up cheering as a group of adventurers decides to head towards the yawning portal, you hear a thump beneath the table. Your table.
Can I look underneath the table?
You drop your heads down, all of you, and look under the
Almost
table.
comically.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And you see a wooden chest.
I'm going to pick up the chest and put it on the table.
You try and lift it. It does not move.
Can I just open the chest?
You open it easily,
Oh, great.
and
What's inside
you
the
see
chest?
10,000 pieces of gold.
I slammed the lid of the chest shut.
God damn, that's a bummer.
What do I do with this?
Whatever
Can
you
Chara
want.
pick up the chest because she's the one who drew the card? Chara, try to pick it up.
Can I move the chest?
You pick it up.
I pick it up.
Put it in
I'm
Zoidberg.
just gonna like. I'm like, can I open Zoidberg and shove it in there? Just like.
Now, Liam, this doesn't mean you get the money.
So, I
Does
understand.
Liam immediately pull his own card? Because I feel like that's what would realistically happen in that circumstance.
Gah. Kind
Can
of
I
like.
add 10,000 gold to my thing now?
Well, it may not be real.
You can add
Okay,
a
do I have
chest of 10,000 gold pieces.
Great.
But is that different than 10,000 gold pieces?
It is.
That's fine. That's fine. I will add it to my
Mm-hmm.
my sheet.
Interesting.
Are you putting it in Zoidberg?
Yes.
Let's say flavor-wise she does, but like it's on her sheet just because.
Right, but I want to make sure she's not lugging around a freaking chest in this yawning portal.
Yeah, no, definitely. I just don't want it to be like I have it on my sheet, and then later on I'm confused as to why I have that on my sheet.
Right, yeah, no. It'll be Chara's to keep track of, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, of course. Everything can go into Zoidberg if they want.
I think
It's this chest of 10k gold question mark.
Yeah, as
So-
you after you slam the thing shut and you instantly put it in Zoidberg, you just hear Terrence, "Holy shit!
shut up.
God, that's a lot of money."
What if that's a mimic?
Chara already just opened it up.
Well, that wasn't me as character. That was me just like
I know.
out there. I think that's a mimic.
Terrence is gonna go for a card.
The chaos reigns.
I mean, Chara.
Nina pushes her chair back 2 inches. Just a little bit.
I'm basically looking at Chara like, you said you're gonna get on a table now.
Liam is distracted putting the chest inside of a Zoidberg.
Yeah.
I feel like Liam, if he did know what was happening, even though he promised, he probably would tell the kid, "Not right now, maybe."
He dives in, pulls the card out, looks at it. Oh. And he shows it to all of you. I got the Ace of Hearts. That's like really good, right?
Why do I feel like I'm losing my best cards?
Roll me a 3d8, Liam.
3d8.
Oh, what if he dies? What if it just kills this
Yeah,
kid?
it might do that. It might summon like 3d8 monsters into this crazy tavern. Yeah.
Hold
You
on.
guys did it.
No regrets. Are you kidding? This is the best day ever.
No regrets.
No regrets. There's never a wrong time to pull a deck of mini something things. I can't remember what the title of this one was.
A deck of some
Certain
things, I think.
things.
Yeah,
I
certain
think it was a
things.
deck of
Okay.
certain things.
So, one, based on that, I think I found what the deck is.
Stop
Two,
looking
I
for
rolled
it.
an 8. I rolled an 11. I'm curious.
An 11. All right.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna forget all this, but
Yeah. 11 terrified squirrels suddenly appear just around, 2 of them on your table, several all of a sudden around, and you just hear a bunch of like terrified screeches and screeching noises, and suddenly people start to just scream. There is massive chaos. I need all of you to roll dexterity saving throws for me.
So, yeah. Since I am attuned to that black gem, first thing it says is about advantage on all saving throws.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
I rolled
I
a
have a-
19.
I rolled
14.
a 13.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's awful. 9 with 2 dice.
Oh.
Is the squirrel attacking me only?
Squirrels not attacking anyone. They are
Damn it.
terrified
They're just
squirrels
there.
that are running around. Like, their claws are sharp though, so like they're darting from one person to the next, and as they jump to the next, they're like scratching at people. People are scattering, screaming. Drinks are being flung left and right. Food is being flung left and right. And anyone that rolled less than a 15 is being tossed about the crowd. Who rolled less than a 15?
All of us, except for Chara.
Except for Chara. Oh, I should probably roll for Terrence too.
I'm gonna say that Nina fails hers because she's reaching for the food to try to make sure that like none of the squirrels step on it, and then it ends up getting like tossed out of her hand. And she's like, God damn it!
Yeah, Terrence too.
Tara would like make it a point to grab the cards off the table and shove them in a pocket, just like as the chaos is happening.
All right.
I'm gonna cast light on my amulet.
On
This is
what?
basically blind the squirrels. Light on my amulet.
Okay. To blind just the squirrels?
No, just everything. Just
Okay. Interesting.
I
Okay.
need to go around my people and squirrels, and I want them to stop touching me. So I'm casting
right.
light.
So, Chara. Chaos reigns as the rest of your party are suddenly jostled away from you. The table's shaking. The entire facility suddenly seems to have been hit by like an earthquake almost. As you just calmly reach forward, snag the cards, and shove them into a bag, and then you grip onto the table and just hold on as person after person are screaming. Your party is slowly being separated and pushed and pulled.
I would like to cast Fly on myself and fly up out of the crowd.
Okay, okay. I need everyone else.
I'm going to use the rope of climbing to hang on to a banister
Okay,
in the ceiling and pull myself up.
okay. So the three of you are able to, Nina instantly flies up and above. Liam drags himself up over and just says, "Come on, buddy," and this rope helps pull you up as well. And you and your sister kind of connect eyes for a moment, like, just the fuck. And then you see a blast of blinding light come from the other side as you see Rowan getting shoved aside, and then the crowd kind of parts a little bit as she just stands there.
Would Nathan have gotten pushed back with the crowd too? What was his saving throw? Do we know?
That's actually a good point.
Because Nina's been very careful to make sure that he doesn't get separated so that these dwarves or whoever else doesn't find him. So she would have wanted to cast Fly on him as well. And if she couldn't have done that, like if he wasn't within touching distance, she would fly over to him and try and like pull him out of the crowd.
Okay, so he dexterity. Yeah, he rolled a 21.
Okay, so he's good. He
actually,
stays close.
yeah, he's there next to Chara.
Okay.
Help, like one arm holding onto the table, stabilizing it, and just like shaking his head. And
sounds it.
Yeah, with Nina and Liam, with your topside vantage point at this point, you see amidst the chaos, several people start to fall over the lip of the yawning portal, including Terrence.
I'm sorry, what?
As
No!
he rolled
Wait, what?
super fucking low, and you watch as you just see this little form go, "Oh, what the fuck?" And he just goes up and over, along with about 4 other individuals who get shoved.
With the rope tied around my waist, I'm going to dive to try to grab him.
Okay. You're not exactly over the pit. I would say it's going to be a really high DC for you to be able to do this.
What am I rolling for?
For that, I mean, it would be acrobatics.
$18.
You flip off the rope and go for a dive, and you hit the top of several people and roll towards the edge of it, reaching and miss as Terrence and these 4 other individuals fall into the pit.
Do I see this happen at all?
You're just cast light and have blinded several people off to the side. You probably don't see it. You probably hear the commotion, but
I think Nina dives after them.
okay.
I think
Fly?
with
Okay.
having her memories back, I think with having her memories back and having memories of her younger siblings, like her ability to care about people has changed a little bit. And I think, especially seeing Liam fail to grab him, I think she just dives with her fly speed, which I think is 60 feet
Okay.
after him. So action, dash, just trying to catch this kid who's free falling.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I would say you were probably about maybe 30 feet at most away.
Mm-hmm.
So 60 feet. He falls about 60 feet per second. So he's still falling faster. However, I assume you probably will dash at that point.
Yeah.
Going as fast as you can. So full speed ahead, you are able to catch up to him. You see him falling. His mouth is closed, his eyes are squeezed shut, and you see him just arms out, and you almost see, like, he's not screaming. It's almost like he's just accepting that this is where life has led him, and he's just waiting for that next step of, this is just the card that I chose. And as you get down towards him and you fly up under him and you see him like above you, and you just kind of let him gently fall into you and slow yourself, and you just hold him. Do you fly back up, or what do you do once you've got him?
I would say, I got you, Terrence.
You see his eyes fly open, and he like lets out a breath. His like kind of longish hair just kind of falls forward. Oh shit! And he just kind of leans forward and wraps his arms around you, and you start to feel like the shaking.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to go back up? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, let's go. And I will fly up with him in my hands.
You fly up. Like 4 other people just fall past you.
Well, drunks in a bar. Sometimes you get what you get. This was a kid who did not want to be here necessarily.
You fly up. You fly past the 4 other individuals. You don't hear any drop. It is a long way down. Just the screams as they go past, and then you get back up to the top. Liam, you're looking down, your hands still like held out, fist closed.
I guess really quick, did you say, how many other people did you say fell down? 4?
4.
Okay, yeah. Even if I recast fly and I could get 2 more people by like randomly touching them but it would have to be at the same time, and that's too much. So yeah, I just fly back up with Terrence.
Yeah, Liam, you like for that moment of 10 seconds where you realize you weren't able to grasp them, and a second later you see your sister go down into the pit. You wait and wait, and a moment later you see her come up out of the pit with a child tightly wrapped around her.
I think I fly over and I land on the table that Chara and Nathan have clung to and are keeping there, and I'm just on the table with him now. Just like, you okay? You alright? You good? Breathe. Breathe.
I've never done anything like that before, miss.
Probably a good thing to keep it small steps, baby steps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, have some wine. And she hands him
He takes it and downs it back. I'm really proud of myself. I thought I need to change my pants, but I'm alright.
It's like you were accepting your fate. You were about to just go down there and wreak havoc, weren't you?
You know, you just gotta take whatever cards are dealt to you.
Incredible. Where's Rowan?
Rowan
Looking for the blinding hammer.
is pushing. You see this like bright light push through the crowd and get to the table.
I normally don't mind being touched too much, but that was a little. I like push away I stop the light spell. Whew.
Okay, so no more cards for tonight, please.
That was kind
Are
of
we
fun
all-
though.
Are we all together
Since we're
again?
all in one piece.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for the deck back.
I'm gonna hand you the deck back.
What?
I'm gonna put it in its case and slip it into my cloak.
Yeah.
You okay, Terrence? Why do you look white as a sheet?
Oh, he fell down the portal. I had to fly after him to catch him. I could not save the other 4 people, though. So, for the
Oh.
record, we just doomed 4 people to the Underdark.
Well,
We?
We didn't do anything.
I
There are probably ordinances for the limit of people that are allowed to be in this building.
yeah. I mean, I don't think it was technically
It is
the
probably
squirrels.
like a waiver, right? Like you agree to potentially fall into the portal by coming into the yawning portal.
Yeah.
And you actually, now that you say this, you see several waiters and such have been given direction to try and get these squirrels, gather them, that are still darting around, causing chaos. However, several other patrons and such have now stepped in. You've seen a couple as a few crossbolts, some arrows. You hear a loud bang, and you just see squirrels suddenly getting pinned to the walls. One just explodes. And it turns into a bit of a spectacle now as the crowd's cheering as one by one these squirrels are just kind of getting obliterated.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about going up to our room and finishing dinner up there?
Did we win the bid?
I look over to the board. Is my name still up at the top?
Yeah, it's hard to see it, but as you kind of help Terrence up onto the table, he kind of puts a hand on your head, Nina, pushes himself up and looks, squints. You got it, miss. All yours.
Oh, thank God.
I'll go get him for you.
Terrence? Do you want... Terrence, do you have someplace to go tonight? Do you...
Tonight?
Yeah.
Waterdeep's my home, miss. He
Okay.
shuffles through, goes through the crowd, comes back a minute later, and you just see an arm slap over, and hand slap a key onto the table.
I ruffle his hair. You're an angel. Thank you.
Don't be spreading that around. Best guide in Waterdeep. That's what you need to repeat.
Got it. Best guide in Waterdeep.
Can fall down a pit to the Underdark and not even soil his pants. You'll probably make it sound better. He looks to you
Yes,
specifically,
I
Chara.
absolutely will. All right. I have had enough rowdiness for the evening. I'm gonna head up there, and Nina like grabs the bottle of wine off the nearest table, even if it's not theirs anymore. You guys can either hang out down here or come with me, but I swear to God, if anyone else pulls another card, I will kill all of you.
What is with me be included? First, you guys do the library. I'm kicked
Part
out.
of being a family. If one person does something, we all get in trouble for it, okay?
That sounds like a challenge.
We could pull another card.
I'm fucking out of here. I need to just get some bucks away. With the food, with the wine.
And she starts to walk away. I'm like, God damn it, this is ridiculous. And I grab another bottle and I just follow right after her.
Yeah. Nathan would kind of just pick up his whatever he's drinking and just kind of, good night. We'll head upstairs. Liam and Chara.
She's
As you
never
sit
gonna
at the
know.
table.
I'm gonna look at Chara and just say, I've got some things to do. You have a good night. And I'm just gonna walk away and go find somewhere where I can be on my own to do something.
That was extra suspicious. Chara's going to. I don't know what Chara's gonna do. Chara's probably a little wound up after all of the chaos that just happened. Like, she's really feeling it. You know. Maybe she'll go see if she can't play with the band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, roll me
That's what
a
she would do.
performance check.
How about a 19?
Which instrument do you pull out?
I'll pull out my flute. I'm feeling a little flautist today.
Mhm. You pull out your flute and start to play. It is lost amidst the crowd, and amidst the other music. However, across the way, you hear a voice start to sing a tune, the words to whatever song you're playing. And you look across and just see a half-orc male, hair nicely slicked back, as he operatically starts to sing louder and louder, and a few heads start to turn and listen, and eventually the band starts to join in with whatever you all are playing, and you wind up stepping up onto the stage, welcomed as your singing friend now steps up, and you wows the crowd and receive 22 gold pieces just in tips and such.
Wow.
Liam, you head outside and start the walk down the pathway. It is dark. It is probably going on about 10 o'clock now. And you hear some footsteps behind you. And a moment later, you hear a voice. And the small form step up next to you. So where are we headed to now, sir?
I'm going to look at him. Say, Terrence, I'm not sure where you're going, but there's things I have to do on my own.
All right. I understand. Do you need help finding what you're wanting to do on your own?
No, but listen, kid. I think you've got chops. And
Yeah.
I'd like to keep you on for tomorrow, but for right now, there's stuff I've got to do.
All right. Well, everyone needs a space. It was nice meeting you all. And he turns and heads off. What would you like to do, Liam?
I want to find somewhere where I can be alone, but also not out in the open. And once I do that, I am going to...
Well, first,
Yes.
are you wanting to leave the ward you're in?
Not necessarily. I just want to go somewhere where I can have a private conversation.
Okay. You are not familiar with Waterdeep. So if you're looking for like a back alleyway, Waterdeep is very full of people. There's constantly someone moving about at some point, even late at night. I would say roll me... First off, let's roll a d4 to see which direction you head in.
In retrospect, I probably just said, can I go on the ceiling or on the roof? But 2.
Okay. And then go ahead and roll me a... Are you trying to be sneaky?
Not particularly. I just don't want to. I guess the main thing is I don't want to be followed, but I'm not
Okay.
exactly trying to be sneaky either. I'm just.
So I
Trying to
would
be on my-
say you can roll either perception check to see if anyone's following you, or you can roll investigation check to try and see if you can find somewhere that you think is pretty quiet. And
That is a 22 investigation.
okay. You find a little back alleyway behind what looks like 2 townhomes. And you take a seat, and it doesn't seem like a lot of people are passing back into this little corner area that almost looks like it's used for storage. What would you like to do?
I am going to pull out Talon, stab it into. This is a room used for storage, right? Or place used for storage?
Yeah, it's like 2 brick buildings. There's like some stacked bins and things like that.
I'm going to stab Talon into one of the bins. And I'm going to respectfully face the dagger and say, Hazari, can we talk?
Okay. You say this, and you instantly... Are you using your gift to pull inside?
See, I wasn't sure. Would pulling inside allow me to talk to Hazari, or is there something else that has to go for that?
No, you would know by now your ability to go inside Talon. is that is where Hazari resides.
Then I'm gonna go in.
All right. You go inside. And yeah. You see the familiar place, the familiar room. And what would you see Hazari standing at the open air balcony, looking out. Hands kind of held at her back. And as she feels your presence, her head just kind of drops a bit. But she doesn't say anything.
Hazari, forgive me if I'm intruding, but I have a question. How much of the outside world that I experience are you aware of?
If I am looking, I see. But I don't often look. I check on you when I can to ensure your safety. However, I don't wish to tempt myself. So probably not as often as you'd like.
Hazari, I went searching for a weapon that could partner with you, or partner with Talon at least. And the merchant I met brought up a point that I've never really considered, and part of that is I'm not sure what you or Talon are aside from a dagger and some force lending me magic. So I have to ask point blank, what are you? And for that matter, what is this? And by this I mean Talon.
She kind of gives a brief little smile as she turns fully towards you. Leans back against the rail for a minute, looking at you. To answer your first question, I am Jin. And I am the protector of Coelum. And she would gesture around you.
What is Coelum?
It is Talon. You know him as Talon. I would know them as Coelum.
The way you said that, is Talon alive?
Talon is one of 7 parts.
Paths or parts?
Parts. Coelum, when combined with its siblings, was a very powerful rod circle back to who I am. You know me as Hazari, your patron, a Jinn. But I am also a general, or I was.
A general of what?
In a battle long ago. General of the Vati, or the Windukes of Akka. It's long before your time. But in the prehistory of the world, the Windukes' empire spanned all of the elemental planes and many worlds of the prime material. We were battling powerful lords during the Battle of Pesh. I led my company to slay the Queen of Chaos's greatest general, Miska the Wolf Spider. Using the Rod of Law, we were able to defeat them. But in doing so, the Rod of Law was sundered once Miska was defeated and imprisoned in Pandemonium. And the rod was fragmented into 7 parts. Each part was given into the care of my fellow soldiers. I took care of Coelum. And we passed through time. This has been my existence. And then your ancestors found us. And we bound to you. And it would seem, as she nods her head towards the pool in the center of the room, where you see the pool has changed. The mural beneath the pool seems to have lost its definition at the bottom. And you see what looks like instead this glowing blue portal, shimmering and glowing, the water just kind of glistening above it. She kind of nods towards it. And then her eyes flicker towards you.
I look back at her and I look at the portal and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
It would seem Coelum calls to you, Liam. Unlike it has to your ancestors.
I'm going to look at the portal. Look at Hazari. Look at the portal. Whisper to myself, oh God, Zella's gonna kill me. I take off my cloak and I jump in.
You
No thoughts, just vibes.
jump into the pool. It is typically like a foot deep of water.
I dive in, hit my head, break my neck because it actually isn't any deeper.
You dive in
Liam is gone.
and feel yourself embraced in water as you continue to plunge deeper and deeper. And you can breathe. And it doesn't even feel like water. It feels like air swirling around you. And you hear whispers of words that you have no idea what they are as they circle around you. And at one point you feel yourself drawn upwards and backwards, and you scrabble trying to gain purchase. And you feel yourself flung outward from the pool as you drop back onto the lip of this room, the edge. And you see Hazari standing there, just simply looking down at you. And she just smirks. Well, it would seem Quellum has bore witness to the pursuit you have set your path towards. And it has deemed it worthy endeavor. She kneels down next to you. Quellum wishes to embrace your path as well. I'm very proud of you, Liam.
As I'm laying there, dripping, I'm gonna look up at Hazari and ask, so what does this mean now?
Answer its call and embrace that which embraces you. Quellum will serve you as you serve it. Continue on the path you've chosen. Continue this worthy duty. And she stands up and takes a step back.
I have 2 more questions, if you'll allow them to me.
Of course.
First, a more practical thing. I want to be stronger. We've had some, well, difficult encounters. And I feel all I'm really doing is running around and cutting. Can you direct me to anything that can be a worthy match for Coelum?
You have already obtained everything you need. Second question.
I'm just gonna deadpan look at Hazari and be like, Hazari, I need a new weapon.
She just, her eyes kind of slip closed. She gives a little nod. Yes, I understand your meaning. You already have it.
Okay. Second question.
Yes.
Where can I find the other 6 parts of the rod?
She leans back. These are not attainable.
Not with that attitude.
They are not to be rejoined. And I, even if I knew where they were, I would not give away their location. Not even... She kind of just runs a hand, not along your face, but just along the outside of it. Not even for you.
So when you say I already have it, what do you mean?
It's in your goddamn pocket.
Okay. Well, let's do this again. Preferably with less crypticness.
You see her kind of try and regain her composure for a moment.
I'm just gonna go out to Hazari, kiss her on the cheek, and say, "See ya."
And you come out of Talon. And
I just want to say really quick that Liam, I know that you really want a new weapon, but I think like mechanically a rogue's all about that advantage in sneak attack, man. Like it's not gonna matter what your weapon is.
I know.
You gotta just let it go. You gotta just let it go, man.
More. But I understand. I am kind of derailing and I'm being a little annoying, so I apologize.
No, you're fine. All right, let me do this real quick.
That or always lean into the warlock side of things, right? The next level up, keep going that route as opposed to rogue. Like if you start getting spells that are more damage doing, that's the other half. But yeah.
Okay. So, you now have embraced Talon. So
What does that mean?
before you had Talon awakened, now you have Talon embraced.
Ooh. What is the...
I'm gonna remove that. And
Oh, DM, you're so nice. I'm sorry. I'm always causing problems for you guys. I appreciate it.
you're fine. Okay. Anything else you wanted to do tonight?
Peachy keen now.
Ooh, that's not what I wanted. All right. I'm trying to think. How do you guys want to keep going? How are you all feeling?
I think Nina wants to talk to Rowan and Nathan, but I would like JD to be here for that. So
Right,
I
so
think
then
anything
we'll-
else I want to do this evening, I'm gonna wait until we
Yeah.
have round again. So
Okay.
um,
Then we'll call it to a close then tonight. And yeah, thank you for this impromptu session, guys, because
This is so much fun.
it was a lot of fun. You guys
The whole
caused
gang was back together again.
yeah.
absolute chaos.
I'm also just glad we were able to fit it in because next week, I'm still hoping Matt's parents come on Sunday instead of Saturday. But nothing against them. I love his parents dearly. They're great. But I'm just also like, I also really want to play D&D.
Well,
So I will probably be here for like the first 2.5 hours, maybe.
that'll work. Yeah.
At least the first half is what my goal is.
Okay.
And then I'll just
We just gotta keep pushing this whole week.
Yeah.
Till Sunday.
Yeah, the problem is that they live 3 hours away. So I think like if they come up and drive all in one day, they're going to do it on a day so they have a day to rest. But if they come and stay the night, like at a hotel, that'll be different. But who knows? Matt hates planning, so
So does mine.
yeah.
So does mine. All right.
Yeah.
Well, then, I mean, if everyone's still good for next week, we'll plan for next week. And then, yeah, the second part in Waterdeep. If you have things specifically you want to do, I already know, I think Liam mentioned he wanted to look a little bit into the shady side. And then
I feel like I've monopolized a lot of everyone's time today already, so
no,
we don't have to do that.
not at all.
Shady stuff at some point, but doesn't have to be right now.
Yeah, not at all. And then, yeah.
You did mention, because I didn't take the book out, but would you have allowed me to have that time to like read about the Blood Wars that you said you'd get me info?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll give you some of the info. Probably some base notes, kind of skim notes type thing, since you didn't take it with you. And
Yeah.
then yeah, I'll get that over to you. Actually, let me write
And no
myself a
rush, just
note.
when you get a chance.
Yeah.
And just an FYI, I did send a private message through the private Rowan thing.
Well, thank you for that private
A
message.
private Rowan thing. What are you doing? Just kidding.
I have I fixed the dagger DM based on what you told me what I got on Talon Embraced.
Okay.
So just let you know.
Great.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have anything necessarily for Waterdeep that couldn't be handled. Like it's mostly just inter-party stuff, so it could be handled anywhere. We did once upon a time tell Gulliver that it might be a good idea to like look for veterans in Waterdeep to come work as Westbridge's security detail. So I don't know if we want to just say that we try to do some recruiting, but yeah,
We
good
could do some recruiting next game too.
Yeah, so maybe we spend another half day or something in Waterdeep and then we head out, but nothing super fancy from my side.
Yeah. I mean, it's Waterdeep. The world is
Yeah.
literally open to you. There's so much that you can do here, or if you want to seek out, it's yeah.
What prophecies? We're just gonna live here now.
Except you
Nina
can't go
doesn't
back
have
to the
money.
Fountain of
She
Knowledge.
has 500 gold to pay Gulliver back for the horses, so she doesn't have money to like go shopping or anything. So she's literally she got what she came for, and she's might convince y'all to talk to a hag. We'll see.
I'm excited for
Alright,
that.
We'll see you next week.
Yeah.